UN Space Wolf Squadron. This is your Wolf Commander, Wolf 10. I'm your werewolf. Back again with the topic about villains yet again. Last time I talked about the writer's fixation on villains. Now we're going to talk about the writer's romanticization about villains. We're going to be talking about the ways that the new writers have been writing quote unquote villains today, ladies and gentlemen. And with me about that subject, which will be an interesting subject per Brian Gilmartin's comment here. As always, we're gentlemen. We'll start with the Lady of Valor herself, Leia Plus Size.
Hello, this is Leia Plus Size, your lovely Lady of Valor. How you all doing today? I'm glad to be here.
And also with me as the snoot talker himself, excuse me, he is Trooper FN 2525.
Yo, what's up, my people?
How's everybody today so far? We're near the precipice of the weekend. So how's y'all week so far? Starting with let's go with you, Trooper.
I was gonna say, dude, I am looking forward to Last Call. That's what I'm looking forward to. I want to see what happens on that channel.
Consider my warning, which everybody pretty much caught my warning on the Facebook groups and all the other groups. How about you, Leia Plus Size?
Well, it's been a busy week, but I'm hanging in there, and I'm just counting down to the weekend. But busy, but I'm doing all right so far.
All right. As long as you guys are being productive, all of us are being productive during this.
Oh yeah, I'm productive.
Times.
Yes, I'm productive, but I'm not insane. That's the good thing.
Before we begin, let us welcome the chat. As per our custom and of course common courtesy, which Melissa Harris saying first. Hello, Melissa Harris. She is no longer a busy woman now. She is with us to the end of the line. Trooper FN 2525 is second. Brian Gilmar saying, "Oh, this gonna be good." We have Arthur joining with his trademark. Hey, people! Dread 2012 Death is also here with us until he take care of the lawn. Get off my lawn. We have Samuel Oki as well, welcoming his brother, Joni. And I think that's about everybody so far. We have 5 people here watching us apparently. That's good.
That's good.
Okay, so one thing I want to go over as we dig into this rabbit hole here, I'd like to point out how the modern writers, what I mean by romanticizing the villains to the point where they are they're ceasing to be villains. Instead, they're trying to write them as victims of circumstances. Or we'll also talk about how certain ethnic groups are rewritten when they're considered to be villains. We have the local minority, which is they're made to have a sob backstory all the time, or worse, they tend to be treated as redemption characters, or they have a redemption at the end, as if that's warranted, and it's never warranted, let alone earned as a redemption arc. We also have villains that are just these soft, weak soy boy types. Then you got the ones that are allowed to be, deliciously evil, as I like to call it, which is the white man. Usually the white man that's allowed to be deliciously evil, but not the minority though. We also have help me out here, Trooper.
Give you what?
What kind of villains are they writing now?
Well, right now they're two-dimensional. Like I was telling you before, what they're literally doing is they're substituting the villain with the anti-hero. I mean, a good example, if I really want to pull any examples, just to kind of start off on, like, if you were to look at maybe the MCU, if we were looking at like Ronin, just from a film perspective, not from literary. Like I can go into literary, in a minute or so.
Go ahead then.
But the thing with Ronin, it's like you don't get any backstory at all. You get a presentation of, you know, blue man bad, and that's it. There's no motivation. Yeah, well, you got to remember from from a villain perspective, like villains usually tend to have motivations, and how they execute them are are in several ways. Literary villains most oftentimes will, you know, are more or less motivated by lust, by greed. Sometimes they're even motivated by anger, violence, fraud, even treachery. Um, some critics usually say limbo can be a motivation, but that has more or less like transmogrified into uncertainty, using uncertainty as a way of getting their main goal. But you don't see a lot of that in main film now. What you're seeing now is you're seeing more emphasis on the protagonist and how they more or less end up being a hero by the end of the film, even though they don't necessarily go through the trials and tribulations of what Joseph Campbell more or less, you know, calls the hero's call to adventure. You don't see any of that. What you see is, well, a very generic example is you see the Mary Sue. So, like, you know, she's a hero because she's a hero. We don't know why. We just know that she is.
Right.
Yeah, but you know, if we're going into like a literary perspective, I mean, you know, it's like you're literally getting away from, say, like Lord Voldemort, and you're literally just creating a cartoon villain, which, like I said, is an anti-hero, because all you have to say is, well, this person is bad. You don't necessarily need to know why they're bad, and they give them a redemption arc. Okay, well, that sounds more or less like an anti-hero. That could even be the hero, where the hero commits a mistake and now they literally have to go ahead and embark on a journey to fix it. So there is that as well.
Lead plus size, help me out here. What's your stance on this?
I've kind
About
of
heroes and villains, and at least the modern writers' take on the villain. Go ahead.
Well, I agree with a lot of the things that Trooper said. I think a lot of it is one is the Mary is there used to be a time when you had the hero and you had the villain. But lately what I'm noticing is that the hero is now the villain and the villain is now the hero. And I'm trying to give a good example of that. Um, I'm just going to say this. I know it was a very popular film, but I think about Joker with Joaquin Phoenix,
Mm-hmm.
sort of being portrayed as sort of a victim or sort of like a hero, or taking a hero and having him do things or try to turn him into an anti-hero. Uh, Good example is Snyder with Superman. And last but not least, the other thing I noticed is that particularly a lot of politics has come into this, where particularly females and minorities are victims, but only white males are villains. And I'm seeing a lot of that lately. Maleficent is one that you could think of, that I think of. I know the professor did a video about it, and I watched when I watched this video, I watched the movie again, and I said, "Yeah, they're trying to portray Maleficent as some sort of
I
victim."
noticed it. I will
And
say this. I noticed that. I noticed what they did in that movie the day me and my wife went to see that in the theaters. I left the theater fuming mad because they didn't
yeah,
commit to the whole villainous thing to it, and they end up making King Philip, was it King Philip or Simon?
the
Either way, they made the king
not well,
outright
well,
evil.
Prince, right? Yeah, and Prince Philip was a buffoon. They turned him into buffoon, and
Yeah, like they didn't need him
but
to break
again,
the spell.
yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't like that one. No, no, the man can't do that. Maleficent's the one that truly loves her. I'm like, no, no. So I was like you. I was kind of fuming myself. I said there was a reason why I didn't like the movie, but I couldn't find the words to describe it, except, I didn't like what they were, they made her a victim. And I'm wondering, where are the bad guys? But I think, and I hope I don't stir any feathers, but I think a lot of it is because of cancel
I
culture and
literally
the and
rewrote
the
that movie in
sickness
my
of
head.
Well, you can't have bad
sickness.
guys anymore because they're bad. So, I mean, I don't think I need to go any further into that logic. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, but showing a bad person
Right.
on screen is now offensive. So,
Yeah, you can't show a black man being evil because that will hurt the fifis of the black community apparently.
which is
When one of my favorite one where we have Mahershala Ali
hmm,
who was soon to play the anti-hero Blade. He was actually my favorite actor who played two of my favorite black villains, Vector from Alita Battle Angel and Cottonmouth Cornell Stokes, who was an outright villain. Yes, he had a dark, terrible backstory, but he
hmm
was still a villain, and he died as a villain. There was never there was never no moment where he's going to get redeemed in the show of Luke Cage, using Cornell Stokes as a prime example of how you do a villain, especially you know him dying early in the first season was kind of a letdown for most people because a lot of people really was digging his style and how how he runs ship. But we also had Black Mariah in the later season, and she gets to die as a villain, but she kind of do get to die with a somewhat clean conscience. But at the end of the day, you still don't forgive her. You still don't feel sorry for her
hmm
once she passed once she once her life is extinguished. Like you do get that moment where he holds her hand as if he's trying to forgive her or trying to find some way to forgive her, but like at the end of the day, he you know you don't feel sorry for her after what she's done throughout the second season. Same thing with Gemma from uh Sons of Anarchy. If any of you guys watch Sons of Anarchy, ever seen Sons of Anarchy,
no, I have.
boy, boy, you will never look at Peg Bunny the same way ever again. That woman is ruthless in that show. She is ruthless, but but the thing is, here's the thing about Gemma and Sons of Anarchy. You kind of feel sorry for her though, but that's only because Sons of Anarchy is actually Hamlet, but with biker boys.
hmm
Not necessarily biker boys, but with a biker gang. We have Victoria Fagbile for the first time in the house, or maybe the second time. Victoria, just let us know if this is your first time ever being on my stream, because we know each other through Ishi and Cat's stream. But yeah, let me know if it's your first time. Welcome, Victoria Fagbile, everyone.
Hello.
That's
Hello,
a
Victoria.
I usually get Fiona Wolf here, on a rare occasion, but still, like Victoria Fagbow's here too. Oh, sweet. Who next? Janelle Penner. We'll see. We'll see. uh, I know Trooper was going to say something. Go ahead.
Mm,
Or was it Leia plus size?
well, I mean, it
I
depends.
think it was Trooper. Yeah, I
Oh,
don't think
yeah.
so. I was listening to what you were saying.
Yeah, I was just giving my two examples of how you do a minority villain proper.
Oh, okay,
Basically write them as villains. Period. They just have. That's what I keep making this as a model to those who wants to write ethnic groups in a
yeah.
positive light, or at least a pop. Write them proper in a story or any medium that you want to write them in. Write them as they happen to be, not as they ought to be.
Well, okay, herein lies
So
the.
if they happen to be black and a villain, they happen to be black. Them being a villain, you gotta commit to them being a villain. Go ahead, Trooper.
Well, what I was going to say is you're only going to see that in particular type genres where you might get a black villain. A good example would be, I mean, if we're talking about televised series like Luke Cage, but you got to remember, like, with the exception of maybe one or two characters, the entire cast is African American. So yeah, you will get an African American like villain, but it's like the motivations are not really delved into. Now,
Other than
one
crime.
thing Luke Cage did was actually take advantage of that because I mean, you did get to see a little bit, what was going on with that character, even though you didn't really get to see inside the character's mind. And
Right.
that gets lost. That gets lost in translation once you go, say, from the graphic novel to television or from a book to film. That will always get lost. But the point is you're supposed to bring the viewer into the frame and into the mind of the villain, and you don't really see a lot of that. We spend too much time on the hero. But other than that, to be perfectly honest, you're not going to get a Latinx with stumps as your villain. Right? You're just not.
Latinx.
You're just not. You can't use an.
I don't even know why that's in your vocabulary, Trooper.
It's terrible. So I mean, well, now what is it? Womanix, and then we have what is it?
Blacks.
Well,
now we got blacks.
Yeah, because you can't be a biracial indigenous person of color without having something else added onto it.
That's the problem. They keep adding on to it. And that's where we're trying to say F it and not conform to that line, I think, or even trying to respect them on that regard, because it's like they want to add more to it, and then they demand that you abide by it without even they don't even put in the work to give us a reason why we should conform to that.
Well, and that's I hate having to kind of go back to critical race theory, but critical race theory doesn't really have a foundation. It's like, you start doing research into it, and it's just they cite a paper that cites another paper that cites another paper, but there's no real research done or conducted. Like, a good example is, Robin DiAngelo, which is white fragility. And that has seemed to pretty much more or less like taken over in the workplaces, as far as the type of training that you get, your non-biased training, if you will. But, going back to villains and stuff like that, if we're looking at villains, I asked a question in chat, pick out some female villains that you know of. And all the examples that I got were not 1980 and forward, because you just don't see them. It's like, as far as, characters that are villains, I mean, there's plenty, but I mean, we end up, we can go, as far back as, 1600, and we can talk about, Iago, in the tragedy of Othello. He's a perfect example of a true villain. We're talking about,
envy, jealousy, contempt.
Well, like I was telling you before, like two of the things that really stuck with Shakespeare in his writings is that, the common person or a villain could be a common sane person, but literally be a true egoist. And that really shows off in that character. But the other thing that really stuck with him was that, like I said before, like a high propensity of will, or like an intellectual mind, is what evil will ally itself with before anything else. Evil will not ally itself with a good person, because it cannot get a good person to commit evil. I mean, that's just how it works, especially in literary works. But what you see now is somewhat of a conflation, in that they're presenting a villain who's not really a villain, but it's how would I put it? It's a non-offensive way to present a villain that won't offend you into inciting some form of criticism from you, so that you don't go on some board and you start tweeting off how this movie was just offensive, yada yada yada, and now they can say, oh well, they made a very good non-offensive film. But going back to Iago, Iago was passed for a promotion which he saw was rightfully his. So I mean, the whole entire time, it's about taking down Cassio, and and eventually taking down Othello himself. And he achieves it only to an extent. And even in Shakespeare's writing, evil can only reign for so long before it it falls to its own logic. So I mean, there's other characters too. Like, when we talk about stuff like this, in modern film, you don't see, the best way I can put it is after 2000, you don't really get a lot of villains that tend to have a lot of dimension to them. So, I mean, if I was to mention someone like, say, Patrick Bateman, Like a lot of people would not know who that is unless they've seen American Psycho. And with a character like Patrick Bateman, I mean, his first appearance was in 1987, um, and that was it the Rules of Attraction, and and he's a serial killer. Like he is a very vain person. So I mean, he literally, I mean, and this is one thing I'm kind of gonna I have to make sure I state that villains tend to more or less be the mirror for the social climate at the time. So when we see someone like Patrick Bateman, I mean, the setting is in the 80s, and the 80s was a very narcissistic decade. It was the me generation. It was about, flashy outfits, flashy hair, great music, clubbing all night. It was about the upper class yuppie. So I mean, when we talk about characters like Patrick Bateman, I mean, he killed women for sexual pleasure, and he killed men solely for the fact that they made him feel inferior at times. But you don't see that now. I mean, you especially don't see it in MCU films, because at the same time, I mean, they're trying to bring kids in, because kids are going to be that market too. There's a lot of kids that more or less grew up with Captain America and grew up with Iron Man, and they haven't grown up with much of anything else in the last decade or so. So, I mean, if you tell them, name to me a good villain, I mean, they're going to name something up a film before they name something up a book.
Do you have anything to add to that, Leah Plus Size?
Well, for myself, what I've seen is particularly the reason I do agree with F that we don't see really good villains these days. We don't see a good bad guy. And from my time when I was growing up, Lex Luthor was the bad guy. Doc Ock was the bad guy. The Green Goblin was the bad guy. And the hero's job was to bring that bad guy down, because to stand up for what is right. Or the bad guy was put into the story to challenge that hero, to be an obstacle for that hero to overcome, to achieve their goals. And for whatever reason, I think a lot of that has to do with politics. Whatever reason now, the bad guy is it's almost religious to have a bad guy in a movie. We just can't. I don't know where this is coming from. All I can say is ideology, SJW wokeism ideology. That it's more hatred towards who is good and more sympathy for who is bad. And evil is evil, and evil has to be brought down. But they're giving this line that evil is not as bad, particularly when it comes to females. Female villains, females cannot be villains. They're sympathetic villains, victims. So there should be, instead of bringing them down, we either have to rehabilitate them or show that something else is really, this is the reason why they became what they became, instead of them learning their lessons from the things that they are doing. And right now, but that's the way I'm looking at it, and I'm seeing it as, when, in my time when I was growing up, Luthor was the bad guy, plain and simple. There was no black and white. His qualities is what made him who he was. So when you had things like greed, lust, and envy and jealousy, those qualities, and most times villains have, but they seem to want to strip that away. I know when I came out of Joker, everybody loved Joker, but I wasn't in love with it because
it's a terrible film.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was just me.
It was absolutely terrible. I was
steadfastly. I was steadfast. Go ahead.
Villain that literally does nothing but other than talk about himself and maybe whack a midget. That was it. That was it.
No, I steadfastly refused to. Yeah, I steadfastly refused to watch that movie because I was already on my I'm tired of Batman content. I want to voice my my discontent towards Batman content, and knowing full well that if I keep continuing to go to anything that's Batman related or buy anything that's Batman related, that means I am contributing to my issue that I have with DC. With DC, period, is that's why I made my stance, like, because people are saying you should go see Joker. You should go see Joker, and I'm like, no, I'm not gonna watch Joker. That's like, why? It's because I am sick and tired of seeing Batman content, but it doesn't have Batman in it. It's still tied to Batman, regardless of whether or not Batman shows up in the movie or whether or not Bruce Wayne shows up in the movie. I'm not gonna watch Joker because Joker, whether you separate Batman or not, is still part of Batman. It's like saying you do a movie about Lex Luthor,
Mhm.
becoming Lex Luthor, and say for instance you reverse my refusal to watch Batman content to Superman content, and we have a lack of Batman content, right?
Mhm.
Let's go with that. I will steadfastly refuse to watch Superman, especially if it's a movie about Lex Luthor, because it's still tied to Superman. Whether you put Superman in the movie or not, it could still be the same thing with the fact with Superman. And I'm like, they kept urging me, go see go see the Joker, go watch God. I'm like, no, I'm not watching anything that has anything to do with Batman unless I see something new from DC, like
Oh yeah,
Firestorm.
you're not gonna get anything new.
And I'm like, and here's the thing. Here's also the thing. You get the same people that are gonna start asking, well, why don't we have female superheroes, or why we don't have a Flash movie, or why we don't have I don't know, a Captain Atom movie. I'm like, well, what did you watch recently that came from DC? Oh, I watched the Joker. Oh, I watched the Joker movie. Or I watched the Batman
I don't
movie.
even watch that stuff. I mean, I forced
Mm-mm.
myself to freaking pay the $3 to rent it, and then halfway through the film, I'm like, "Is this it?" I'm like, "Okay." I'm like, "How is this? How is this culturally relevant?" Other than the fact that it just shows that this generation is literally packed with narcissists that don't know anything about the topics that they've studied in university. And at the very end of the day, they were the mediocre students that literally sat through classes where, C's get degrees. Those are the people that are literally writing these stories now. And, to go back to, like, I've seen some of these comments, and it literally just makes me want to bring up the fact that a lot of this stuff is literally ripped off of Gregory Maguire. I honestly think him writing Wicked in 1995 was probably the most detrimental thing that could have happened in recent
I was
history.
thinking, I was just thinking about that myself. I didn't
Yeah.
mean to interrupt you, but I was going to say I think it all started with Wicked. That's when the start of the sympathetic villain started. Is when Wicked was written and became the Broadway musical. That's when all of this started to kind of folk in this. I agree with you with that. But continue. But I want to say I was thinking about that also.
Oh no, absolutely. You know what I was going to say was, modern art, and that even relates to literature, has become more or less derivative. And when I say derivative, meaning they're not coming up with anything new. In and of itself, Wicked as a novel was actually a very good novel when it came out in '95. The problem with stuff like this is that you get people who more or less don't do any of the studying, don't want to sit there and actually craft a villain, because you literally have to sit there and you have to craft a villain. I
It's all
mean,
about first.
like I can name a whole bunch of villains now that, yeah, they while they may be seen as antiquated, I mean, these are true villains. And the whole point, to me, bringing up Wicked, is that's literally what they're going to be ripping off of for the next, decade or so. We saw it with Maleficent, we're going to see it with Cruella. They more or less will probably do that with Wanda Maximoff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
And
definitely, yeah.
and here's my thing. It's like, I mean, that's literally what they've reduced the female villain to. And you don't really see female villains being written in a way that really, captures the imagination, because the only actual female villain that I can really think of that more or less I would say is a true female villain was, the Grand High Witch, from the Witches, and that was Roald Dahl back in 1983. And, the thing about the female villain is the female villain has to be presented in such a way that it's accepted by the reader at first, but the more and more you start seeing of this female villain, the more and more, I don't want to say she's scary, but more or less you end up being disgusted, because that's the type of mania that you would see from a male villain. And actually, if I want to dig into that a little bit, Mrs. Coulter from the Golden Compass, I mean, that's around the same time, 1995. And Mrs. Coulter is presented as this very attractive female. I mean, the wrapping of the character is done very well, but here is where we start seeing more of the male archetype starting to creep into these characters, where her demon is a male golden monkey. So, so
What
what
was her what was her demon in the book? Same thing.
it was the same. It was the same thing, but this was written in '95. So what else was written in '95? Wicked was written in '95. So I mean, you know, these female villains slowly start to be phallicized, you know, throughout mainstream, and we even see that in the Marvel films, where, you know, Gamora is more or less a phallic woman. You take the femininity out of the hero, but they're doing the same thing. They're taking the femininity out of the female villain. So I mean, with the Grand High Witch, I mean, the thing is with a female villain is she works in the shadows. You know, she's not like a man. In the fact that the male villain also works within the shadows, but works within the shadows differently. The Grand High Witch wanted to rid the world of children, and she was going to do that. She was going to do that by turning the children to mice, by literally buying all these candy stores using her magic money making machine, and she was
Hmm.
going to rid the world of children, and that's how that was going to go. She was scheming throughout this entire time, and then, you know, she takes off her mask. You know, she takes off her hair. You know, she starts literally divesting herself, and you see this vestige of a demon. So, and the thing is, you know, that book was banned in some libraries because, quote, it was misogynist. But the thing is about the female villain is, you know, it's you. That is how you write a female villain. I mean, it's, you know, we start looking at how they associate women with phases of the moon and stuff like that, and you can't really talk about that because it's like, oh well, now you're being a misogynist. You don't want to, you know, you're bringing in, you know, quote, the menstrual cycle and the lunar cycle into all this stuff. But I mean, throughout history, that is how we've seen, you know, female characters. The female hero and the female villain are attached to nature. It's something that's very intrinsic, that has to happen in a book for it to actually be compelling at all. I mean, if you're going to tell any story at all, or have any value to it. But now, you know, Maleficent is, or rather the second film to that thing, that's actually a very good example where all you get is, oh well, I found more of my kind and I was truly never alone. The end. And it's like, okay, well, you know, what am I walking away from this? What am I getting out of it? Am I getting any type of Paradise Lost type of, you know, tenants? No, I'm not. All I'm getting out of it is that, you know, we're all the same. um don't really feel alone because there's probably someone else that has your same opinion. And as long as you tend to have that opinion, you'll be fine. If you have the wrong opinion, obviously you will not be fine. So,
Another one female villain I want to point out that works in the shadows too, or at least works behind the scenes, or you know, steps in every once in a while to get her hands dirty, is Mama from Dread. You ever seen Dread?
oh yeah,
Any?
yeah, yeah. Go ahead, finish your thought on that because I have a few thoughts on that too.
Oh goodness, she was she was written to be evil. Period. Now she
Mhm.
does have a sympathetic backstory that she was a, you know,
Yeah, yeah.
she was a hooker.
And that's what I was gonna get to. Yeah, normally, like somehow the female hero has to be of some form of ill repute. Like you can't have, you know, a female being put into a set of circumstances where she's forced to be evil because to do nothing is a greater evil. So,
Yeah,
but yeah, like even with Mama's story, I mean, it was very bland. But here's the thing about that film. Like a lot of people tend to more or less miss out on the fact that that film was really about catapulting Anderson to be
yeah.
a judge. That was really the whole point of that film. And while we are seeing it from the point of Dread, and and they're going through, peach trees, you it's almost an allegory for Anderson's like evolution to becoming a judge. Like
Her hero's journey.
she has to ascend all those levels of that building to get to where she needs to be, to the point where she even flat out states, I was never going to become a judge the moment I lost my helmet. And and it's like throughout the whole entire film, you've been pulled into the frame that you don't even realize that, or rather, it wasn't
Hmm.
even her helmet; it was her gun. But but you don't realize that until she restates it. And it's like if you watch the film over and over again, I mean, those are the type of stories that never really lose their luster. You know, you can
Mm-mm.
watch them over and over again. But a lot of these like modern films within the last, 5 to 10 years, it's you watch them once and it's rare that you pop them back in. And that's why you're going to see a lot of that content behind a paywall because I
Speak,
mean,
speaking of Mama as the villain, what was your take on her demands to her to her boys when they had Anderson captured? Before I finish, let me ask Lead Plus Size. Have you seen Dread yet?
I have not seen Dread. I saw the one with Sylvester Stallone, but I haven't seen Dread
Oh
yet.
yeah.
So
oh, you have
Well,
to see it. You have to see it.
I, I,
It's worth the rental.
or at
I'm
least
going to
the
try to
to
see it.
own,
I
because
believe
I have
you
the DVD.
because the one with Stallone I didn't enjoy that much. But I heard that Dread was pretty good, so I'm going to try to check that out. But and
But yeah,
continue. I, I was just going to say to Trooper that I had the same reaction to Joker. I always said Joker. People were telling me the same thing that everybody in the mamas was telling me that I absolutely must see Joker before I die,
Oh
why
and
must I
Lord.
it was the
see
most
it?
all inspiring film, which I wasn't in no hurry to see because everybody kept raving about it. And then I saw it and I hated it.
Oh,
And I told them it seemed like it was another character and the writer stuck Joker on there to get people to the box office because it had nothing to do with the world of Batman. It seemed like it was something different. And then also, I just didn't like the film's message. At the end of the film, I was hoping Batman would come up and stop this guy, but I
what?
can't find the words. It's just I don't know why this. I think the professor talked about this. They I don't know why they put villains on a pedestal. I think it's because they feel it's too much work to try to be the hero, but it's much easier to take the villain way out.
Well,
So maybe that's why we're seeing a lot of that. Go ahead,
well,
Trooper.
to answer that question, I mean, the reason that they put a villain on a pedestal is so that the viewer and or gosh, really anyone more or less exposed to that can basically say that it's okay to do questionable acts and that you more or less will not be put to task or be subject to any law.
Oh
When it
yeah,
comes
Right.
the
when it,
law.
when it comes to street justice, let me get that right. Let me get that part right. When it comes to street justice, like it's basically saying it's okay to riot. It's okay to commit
Yeah.
questionable acts as long as the motivation in itself is non-offensive to you or to the viewer or to anyone who would say, "Oh, well, that was a mostly peaceful. That was a mostly peaceful, beheading." You know, we've got that student that finally came out who more or less said that she made up the story. Of the French teacher who was actually beheaded in France. I mean, that finally came out, and it's like if you were following any of these things, as far as a lot of the crimes that have been taking place in Europe and even here in the US, it's you have these narratives falling apart because I mean the narrative serves a purpose, for whatever that is at that time, and then later on, say a year or so, we find out, oh well, that wasn't really true. But let's move on because that's already happened. Well, no, we can't move on because what's happening is you have young people seeing modern culture as being able to do what you
This is the
feel like
way.
being very nihilistic to the point where there will not be any consequences. And yeah, if you want to more or less moralize nihilism, what's going to end up happening is you're going to have a generation of people that aren't going to go to university or look to study or become anything of any use other than become a tax burden. So, but
What I was gonna add to that,
yeah.
another thing I'd like to point out is that it seems also it came after that this whole thing started to come after the Dark Knight. I think a lot of
Oh,
people took in Joker's messagings throughout the movie too literally, and I'm
well,
not and
I
I'm not bring,
agree.
I'm
I
not bringing up
agree.
I'm not saying I'm bringing up the Coronado, no, not Coronado, that
Coronado,
they,
California.
no, I was referencing the shooting in the theater when the Dark Knight Rises was about to
In
release.
Colorado, yes.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Colorado. The Colorado shooting. I'm not taking that as a slight to Nolan's work being so influential to the fact that somebody
Oh
to
no,
the point where
absolutely not.
somebody took that and you know because if anything, if that was the case, then yeah, we would have had a complete banning of action movies at this
Well,
point.
well,
But
you couldn't really even
the
do that
point
because. Oh, go ahead, finish your point.
uh to point out, it's like they people with no direction or no kind of worthwhile thing to hold on to tend to gravitate towards those type of villains. If you make the villain far too compelling, they start to really make casual remarks like saying the Joker was right. Like they were remember that when right after Dark Knight was done, they people were saying Joker did nothing wrong or Joker was right. Remember that? Or like
Mhm.
in the case of
Yes,
Berserk,
a lot of that.
yeah, and of course you also had Griffith did nothing wrong, which is baloney, complete baloney. And then later on, when Infinity War wrapped up, they start saying Thanos was right.
Oh
Remember
God,
that?
I heard that crap. Yes. Oh my goodness. Unfortunately, I do.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't.
it depends on who we're lumping. Like, if I can selectively snap all the SJWs out of existence, and yeah, I mean, I guess I could be right. But
Yeah.
herein li- herein lies the thing. Like, okay, let's talk about the SJWs. I mean, they fit the perfect profile of a villain. I mean, it's all about power. It's about anger. It's about violence. It's about fraud. It's and you see it happening on these social platforms that they pretty much almost use some of the machinations of what a classic villain would use, but not all of them, because you got to remember these people are intellectual weaklings. So it's more or less mob mentality. But I mean, if anything that we've learned from these people is that they at least know how to use subversion to the point of they're getting what they want, which is more or less always either getting someone canceled or someone's income being disrupted or making someone's life difficult, because it really does come down to having a false sense of power. It's like, again, I mean, we're talking about a subset of people that, whether they be higher upper class, or whether they be with at poverty level or even above poverty level. I mean, at that point, if we're talking about poverty, they're just mirroring the actions of the higher middle class people that are putting out this stuff. But yeah, I mean, they fit. The best way I can describe an SJW would be Dolores Umbridge from the Harry Potter books. That's a perfect example of what an SJW is. You know, you know, you know, the ministry says this, or let's make another decree. I'll make a decree upon a decree upon a decree. Here, let's go ahead and paste that on the wall. Thou shalt not do this. Thou shalt not do that. And that's what a lot of these SJWs have done. And not to bring religion into the conversation, but it literally is like it's an absence of any religion whatsoever, other than the religion of pronouns and what's the other one? Well, I want to say pronouns and right think is the best way to put it.
Let me pause you real quick, Trooper. We have Schooner Tuna coming in.
Hey, Schooner.
Hello, Schooner, Scoony.
Hello, everybody. Coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground, but I have Wi-Fi. This is Tuna. Ooh, how you
Hello,
guys doing?
Scoony.
Pretty good, pretty good.
Great.
Today is a special day of all days. We have actually 4 people this time in a panel on the Wolf Commander Rambles, and I was waiting for this my immense journey at this point. Now we finally succeeded. So, how's your day
Yeah.
so far, Schooner?
Very, very busy. I've been able to get away for a few until I figured I'd stop on in. I've been listening to this conversation. I really like what you guys are talking about. Really good stuff and insightful.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to add to the conversation?
Well, I have it's the actually I have a lot so I'm going to unload a lot really fast. So
All right, go for it.
everybody take notes. Okay, so what we got right now is a bunch of, like what Trooper and Leia Plus and the Wolf Ten Commander have been saying, that we got a lot of villains, but we got villains in movies today that we're really not allowed to give we have to give now more virtuous qualities to them instead of condemning qualities. Because now in this very politically divisive atmosphere, you suddenly, if you happen to have a bad guy who happens to be a woman or who happens to be of a different ethnicity, suddenly now all of these critics and SJWs online are saying, that's how you view all women, or that's how you view all of that ethnicity. Or could it just simply be that in the context of the story, this character just happens to do that? That's not what they're acting. They're just basically kicking up a fuss and complaining and talking about how they've been victimized all this time. And everybody and they're also saying stuff like, historically speaking, bad guys have always been associated with this. And they are somewhat correct. And throughout the past, if you really look back into the past, villainy has often been associated with the social climate of the time. Of the 1920s, and even the early 1930s after the Depression, the villains were always depicted as bank robbers and criminals. And
Oh, wow.
Ooh, who's got the whipped cream?
Oh, sorry. I was just opening my window and letting some air in, and I just put a little air freshener on. Sorry about that. It's a warm day today here in Michigan. Sorry about that, Spoonie. Continue. Whipped cream.
Back to the 1920s and early 30s, the bad guys were usually depicted as bank robbers or, swindlers and stuff like that. And that's because back during the 1930s, there was a depression. And what was Superman doing? He was usually stopping bank robbers and real estate guys who were conning people out of money, to try to show, hey, don't turn to crime, keep the faith and keep on going. From 1930s up to the 40s, the bad guys were Nazis and, the Japanese or the Italians, the propaganda too. Then during the 1950s, the bad guys were usually associated with, communism. And they did allegories and subtle callbacks to all of these, bad guys who want to take over the world and put their own little stamp of how they want to view the world. Okay, when we get to the 60s and the 70s, this is when the counterculture movement is really coming in. Suddenly, you could no longer trust your authority figures. So the bad guys were often corrupt politicians or unethical businessmen. And that really carried over. It's like basically the bad guy was now the institution that you once thought was the epitome of good. So then when we get to the 80s, it's kind of funny. When we get to the 80s, we kind of saw the resurgence of Russians again. Okay, that was or usually like terrorists from like Ireland or from or in the case of Die Hard, East German extremists who were actually in it for money. Which that's what made Die Hard stand out from all the others. Usually the bad guys were terrorists, but it turns out in Die Hard the bad guys were just bank robbers who were masquerading as terrorists. Okay, so then we get to the 90s, and this is where the real subtle change, like Trooper was talking about, the subtle change is coming in now. We're suddenly starting to get bad guys who do bad things, but do bad things for good reason. Have any of you guys ever seen the movie The Rock with Nicolas Cage and Sean Connery?
Still haven't seen that yet.
No, I
saw it.
Ed Harris. It's a good movie. Ed Harris is playing a rogue general who did a lot of questionable things during his time as a soldier. And the problem is that all of these soldiers are doing all of these things, fighting petty wars across the world, and they're being spit on by their countrymen, and they're not even receiving any sort of pension for their injuries, or their families are being left out of any sort of benefits. So he basically hijacks Alcatraz and tells the United States government that they have to pay these soldiers. So that's, he did bad things, but he had good motives for doing that.
Mhm.
Then we get to 2000, and this is fresh off of 9/11, and suddenly the bad guys are secret organizations, and these little guys who are hiding in the shadows. That's where we get Hydra, the Winter Soldier. People who are infiltrating or hiding in institutions, waiting for the right moment to strike. Then when we get to around 2015, bad guys have suddenly morphed into something. Basically, the bad guy is the political talking point of the day. And they're basically, and this is why we don't have good villains anymore, because you can't. Everybody's looking at a villain and saying, "What is their agenda? What is the creator's agenda?" And that is what has killed good villains. I mean, because it was, as the professor said, there are two types of villains. You have your elemental villains, who are essentially hedonistic and are only out for their own pleasure, and they do not care who they have to hurt or who they have to go through, who they have to lie to in order to achieve their own means. I mean, a hedonistic villain is It the Clown, the Dark Knight's Joker, Jeepers Creepers, Alien, all of those. Even John Carpenter's The Thing. These are all villains that are just out for themselves. Then you have the secondary.
In the case of not to cut you off there, Schooner. In the case of Pennywise, It the Clown, or the Thing, and the Xenomorph. In the case of those types, they're more of a nature type villainy, which is they do things in order to survive. In the case of Pennywise, it's an animal that actually has consciousness. It's just happened to be an eldritch being that has to eat to survive, but it does things to sate its hunger.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
In the case of the Xenomorph, we don't really know what the Xenomorph really does, other than it operates like an insect, which is it runs a hive. It doesn't really eat. It doesn't really drink. It's just like most people would like to say it's a bioweapon, a biomechanical weapon. For the Thing, we still don't know the Thing's motivation. Frankly, it should stay a mystery. But we all know that it doesn't really eat, particularly just absorbs. It assimilates to survive. But continue what you're saying.
But that's the point of the archetype villain, the elemental archetype, is that it is essentially like you said, the nature out there that think that we are not ready for. The creature or the being or the individual that is essentially waiting for the right moment to strike. And that is why it's the ever-present reminder of why we must always be eternal vigilant, because that's what the elemental villain represents. The unknown battle that is yet to come, and is ready and willing to test us at our best and at our worst. Then following the elemental villain, you have a fallen villain. Fallen is usually an individual who has a hard life, tries to be good, but then eventually surrenders to that darkness of themselves. And usually, after doing that, they usually pass off their wrongdoing by simply the blame, saying that it's the culture, it's the individual, or what have you. But basically, they surrender to that darker part of themselves. And an example of this is obviously the king of fallen villains, in my opinion, Darth Vader.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
No, go ahead.
So-
Go ahead. It's actually very interesting because I was going to add to that, but Schooner, finish your point on the fallen villain.
Yeah, he's on a roll. Let's go on that. He's on a roll.
So the villain, yeah. So Darth Vader is an example of a fallen villain. Well, what we have today now, and this is really the problem. This is all leading back to the present day bad guy. The problem today, you cannot have a fallen villain unless you have an elemental villain to compare them to. Today, they are trying to say elemental bad guys like Joker, Cruella de Vil, or even Maleficent are actually fallen villains, and the society in which they inhabit is the elemental villain that is turning them evil. You're not bad, you just need a hug. And I'm just like, are you kidding me? Some people are just, but you've missed the point of the elemental villain completely. The elemental villain does not exist within the culture. It is the outside force. The outside force that can sneak its way in and disrupt things. That is what the elemental archetype villain is supposed to be.
Well, what they've done is they've more or less turned the elemental villain into the social climate. As far as, if we're talking about the fallen villain, now they're saying the thing between the elemental villain and the fallen villain is that one is internal and then one is external. So say like Darth Vader, like his change, while we are seeing it physically happen on film as something external, I mean, it's a change that's happening from within inside, whereas the elemental villain is more, that's an external change. It's something, it's nature rebelling against technology, if you will. And that's what they've done. Now they're just saying, oh, well, Joker's cool, but I mean, he became Joker because of all these things happening around him. It was a social climate that drove him to his mania. And that's exactly what you're seeing with a lot of these one-dimensional beings, if you will.
Killmonger did everything right.
Yes.
And that's the whole problem right now. Everybody who says that Joker was from the Dark Knight was correct in what he was doing is that no, he wasn't. Do you really think he bought the things that he was selling when he was talking to Harvey Dent and saying, like, everything happens, nobody panics when things go according to plan? Nobody even thinks that. Do you ever think maybe he's just selling Harvey Dent a lie so he could bring Harvey Dent down to his level? Yeah. That's the whole thing that he says at the end. Did he really believe in what he was saying? No. But he's going to say and do whatever he has to get his way, because that is what an elemental villain does. They are all out for their pleasure, and they don't care who they have to lie to, who they have to manipulate, or who they have to hurt in order to do it.
Well, and that's the
Black
thing.
Panther was a mistake.
I have.
I'll give you my thoughts on why I say that.
I'll definitely say something about Black Panther at one point, but that's what I'm saying. It's like villains, from what they have, originally been to what they have become. I mean, they've literally been watered down. We're literally getting one or two versions. I mean, that content that Professor Geek put out is very correct. But I mean, if we go back to say, if we go back to Sherlock Holmes, I mean, we're talking about these types of villains that actually have motives and machinations. We're talking about the self-serving villain versus the psychopath, versus the villain that just wreaks havoc to wreak havoc. And, I mean, they're ultimately defeated because in these stories, in order for there to be evil, there needs to be good to prevail. So, I mean, granted, if you want to write a second book, the bad guy wins, to be continued, but go ahead and finish your point.
Well, and it's also coming back to that whole, okay, they just give you, all right, and that's the whole problem. Why is the bad guy getting all this attention instead of the hero? Well, it's because they're not giving the hero, clearly they're not writing the hero well enough, if you want my answer.
No, not at all. They're literally cutting parts out just to get to the end of the film.
Exactly. So. And the thing is that, what endears a hero to the audience, it is it's an inherent vice. Sherlock Holmes' inherent vice is that he's a drug dealer. He always has to overcome that in order to achieve what he has to. Let's see, what else? Superman does have an internal struggle all the time because he can essentially take over the planet and instill the right, the quote-unquote right morals so people can live in a safe environment, but he knows he's not above them. Batman doesn't kill his villains because he still believes in Gotham City. If he kills his villains, he's essentially taking the power away from the people of Gotham City.
But
I'll give the I'll give Leia plus size the floor on that regard. I know Trooper, you want to say something, but let's hear what the Leia Valley has. Let's say Excuse me.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Let's hear what the Lady of Valor has to say on that in that regard.
Well, Scooney, you're making some great points, and I
I like that
agree
nickname.
100% on all of them. Yeah,
Well, it's better than
Scooney,
tuna.
it's like, yeah, yeah. It just rolls off the tongue, easy Scooney. So if he doesn't mind that, I can remember James Scooney. Um, I think about with me. I think about when you talked about. I'm going to go back. You made so many good points, but the one that sticks out to me is about Darth Vader, and I go back to Return of the Jedi. And one of the reasons a lot of people don't like Return of the Jedi, but I love Return of the Jedi a lot. And one of the reasons I like it is because of the confrontation of Luke, the Emperor, and Vader. And there is a scene where we all know the scene where Vader is tempting him, and then he reads, looks up and knows that he's thinking about Leia and harming Leia, and he brings that up, and then Luke comes out with the lightsaber and starts swinging, and really just at the point where he's just about to take him out, then here comes the Emperor wanting him to do that, and then Luke stops, and then looks at his hand, then realizes that he is not going to become what his father is or what the emperor did to him. And when I was in the theater and I saw that, and I'm trying to remember his exact line when he says, lucky, when I was in the theater, yes, on opening day.
I'm teasing.
And it was tremendous. You can say that.
I would love back in time and see all those movies when they come out.
Oh, dude, all you got to do is get.
When we
go ahead, Leia. We get out right now.
When Return of the Jedi opening day of Return of the Jedi, for my wonderful memory, was like a holiday. Time stopped. Everyone stopped what they're doing that day. They didn't have school that day. And because I was going to run home after school, I'm like, it's time to go see Return of the Jedi. The opening day that movie opened, it was like a national holiday. Every theater, I know in my area, every showing was sold out. There were crowds everywhere. Every time just stopped. The theater I was in was just super packed. I think my dad got the tickets, and he told me I had to get the tickets early because they were selling out like hotcakes. I know that seems that way now, but back then we didn't have the methods now to get tickets. You wanted tickets, you had to go to the box office and get them early. There was no online buying. So I asked my dad, well, Dad, did you get tickets? They're all being sold out. He said, oh, don't worry, I got the tickets for and I remember exactly, the 3:30 showing, we got tickets for that one. Every showing from the day that we did it open to that was sold out, and it was like crowded, just seats, you were elbow to elbow at the seats. This is how big Return of the Jedi was. Elbow to elbow, it was seats. This is how big it was. Nothing was available. People sat on the floor to watch Return of the Jedi, and I haven't had an experience like that since the first Avenger movie opened. It was a similar experience. But when Luke does that and he throws his lightsaber away and he tells the Emperor, I am a Jedi, and you failed your Emperor, that he would not succumb to the same temptation that his father did. That got such a thunderous applause in the theater.
Oh, I like the way you say that word.
What?
Succumb.
Oh, yes.
It's really succumb, but I like the way you said it.
Oh, thank you for correcting me with my pronunciation, but I'm sorry that I mispronounced it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What
agree
was
with
it again?
Leia plus size. I agree with what you're saying. The way he just defiantly says that. He just looks right at him and goes, yep, I will never turn to the dark side.
And I was thinking about what you're saying. That's the point about writing a good hero and then writing a good villain. And that was a good hero moment. And that's why Luke Skywalker is who he is. Because even for me, I got emotional watching that myself. Because Luke Skywalker was always my first number one hero in cinema. And I got emotional watching that. And that got a thunderous applause throughout. And if you now think about being in a theater with tons of people, elbow to elbow, all letting out a thunderous applause at the same time. I think that got the biggest applause in the film because that's when I understood the difference between the hero and the villain. As Cooney was saying, the reason people lean towards the villain is because they don't write the hero well. Well, that time, and you can say whatever you want about Lucas, I don't care. I think Lucas wrote Luke Skywalker there and what Luke Skywalker was all about. And that's why he was the hero, that he did not let the fear of and the Emperor did lose. I think that's the biggest blow to the Emperor was, you're not going to turn me like you turned him.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you remember the Emperor's response to that? Because this is the difference between the Fallen and the Elemental. The Fallen villain, Darth Vader, when Luke decided to let go in The Empire Strikes Back and leave and drop himself, Darth Vader puts his head down in regret. But what does the Emperor do? He stares right back at Luke Skywalker and says, "So be it." And then he just shocks him. That's the difference.
Right.
He's like, all right, I tried the carrot, now you get the stick.
Exactly. Yes.
Show of hands.
That is the difference.
Show of hands in the panel. Would you agree right now? Because we all like to agree that Captain Marvel was the one that kind of derailed the Marvel Cinematic Universe. But I am of the belief, as we're talking right now, I do believe it actually started with Black Panther. Now, show of hands, those who actually did like Black Panther, but also saw the flaws within Black Panther. Did anybody enjoy Black Panther or outright didn't like it? Because it's okay to dislike it. It's also okay to like it as well. But go ahead. Because I still enjoyed it. But I think the woke nonsense began with Black Panther.
Oh no, they were definitely injecting it before. You just weren't seeing it as much.
I think going by what you're saying, Trooper, I think that's where it started coming to the surface more.
Well, in that film, you see it in 3 different instances where they're making derisive comments about white people as colonizers and blah 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 blah. But no, I'm talking even as far back as maybe Far From Home, and that's Sony. So Sony's going to do its own thing. But I mean, in terms of where we start kind of trying to bring a little bit more of diversity by the definition of an SJW, where we start race swapping a few characters, and then the main character, or rather the love interest of the main character is now from a biracial family, and it's like, okay, we get it. It's set in the 2000s. It's like, can we move on? It's they're moving away from the original narratives, which is fine, but I mean, is the story compelling enough to make those changes? Most oftentimes it's not. And that's also what's happening with the hero as well, as what's happening with the villains. What you're having is you're not having as many aspirational heroes as Professor Geek would like to talk about. You're not having those at all. If anything, you're not even getting Campbell's, hero either. What you're getting is the cookie cutter, the fast food hero, which is he's a hero because he's the protagonist, and you're given maybe 1 or 2 instances where you see him do something of some form of virtue, and then throughout the entire film you're going on an adventure, and it's like, okay, well, let's go find the Wayfinder.
Precisely exactly what
go ahead, Schooner.
Exactly what you're saying.
And after Schooner, Leia will go ahead, because I know she has something to say, but continue, Schooner.
Well, it's just what Trooper was saying is he's so right. The problem with the hero is that, like he says, we're getting cookie cutter heroes, but more so than that, it's that the producers behind the scene, I don't even think they even have faith in their own story, because they're constantly throwing things in there that have people say, "Oh, you're so cool, Captain Marvel," or "You are the bestest ever."
Last time I trusted one, I lost an eye. Yeah, and it was Red Tabby. Yeah, no, I get you. I get you, Schooner. I do. I really do.
They're constantly. That's the problem. They're telling you who the bad guy is. They're telling you who to root for, and then they're telling you. I'm going to say this: an important note for anybody who is listening: don't let anyone ever tell you how to be a fan of a series. Okay? They say if you're a true fan, you gotta like. No, you don't. You can. No, you don't.
Oh,
Okay.
you're so toxic. I'm bathing in it. Keep
I'm,
going.
I'm
Keep going.
bruh, I'm waiting for them to even say that, and I'm going to get James Earl Jones on them. I asked you a question. What law is there to say I got to like it?
Exactly. And or I'm
Agreed.
even going to go. I'm going to pull a line from that '70s show. I'm not liking anybody I'm not legally obligated to.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the other thing too, it's so repetitive now in modern media that you can usually pick out the villain right away. And
Mhm.
okay, let's say you don't know anything about
Uh,
the particular film or show or whatever it is you're reading, but what tends to happen now is that the hero and the villain are usually both introduced within the first act of the film. I mean,
Mhm.
whether you break it up into 5 parts or 3 parts, like most of
Mhm.
these films now are just broken up into Act 1 and 2 and 3. But literally, you see the villain with at least within the first scene or 2 scenes of the film, and then you already know. Like the villain will always be introduced at this point at the beginning of the film. It's not
Mhm.
like you start to find out. Oh, wait a minute, that's the bad guy. No, not even at all. It's like Wonder Woman was like that. But it's like, okay, Wonder Woman was a little bit more subversive in the way they introduced Ares, which I thought was okay.
It
Actually,
was very clever, but then what came afterwards was just terrible.
well, honestly, bro, literally what it was is it followed a feminist storyline. Like I was telling Wolf before, it followed this like maiden mother crone type of storyline where you get the Amazon princess and then you get the hero, and then at one point, the crone portion of that storyline being that she becomes the god killer. So it's like it
That
doesn't.
was I didn't like that because that was such New 52 BS. Daughter of Zeus.
You know what's sad is I actually have the first few issues of New 52. They're still sitting in my shelf, and it's like I refuse to get rid of them. And it's like I have an Aquaman #1 from the New 52, and that thing was only worth $25, and I think it's gone down in price.
Just saying, making Wonder Woman the daughter of Zeus, so we can add that special layer of specialness because you're so awesome. I'm just like, okay, I'm just like Steve Rogers in Civil War. I'm like, you see, you just take when I think you're doing something, you just take that extra step, and I can't follow you. I can't.
Well, I mean, honestly, it happened throughout a lot of these MCU films, but the thing was is they were enjoyable to watch. That was about it. That's where it really ends, because if you start delving too much into the comic and too much into the lore, you start hating what you're seeing because you know what comes next. And it's just so badly written to the point where it's like, okay, why are we even going down this road? I've been down this road with this character before. I didn't like where it went the last time. How am I going to like it this time?
Well, that just is getting exactly right back to what you're saying. Why is Thanos the best villain ever? Because, one, he's an elemental villain. He's not a fallen. He's an elemental bad guy. But but then they show you his motivation. And you can say, okay, I understand why he's doing what he's doing, but in the end, he is wrong. He is wrong through and through and through. And what I love is that he says, and that's what I love, everybody's telling him he's wrong, and he's the one saying, I'm the only one willing to go this far.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna bring up
Infinity War Thanos, not Endgame Thanos.
No, it ended at Infinity War.
Yes.
I'm gonna bring up Black Panther again. I want to get you guys' thoughts on that, and get your guys' thoughts on I want to get I want to hear you guys' thoughts on Killmonger, because a lot of people try to bring up Killmonger as a sympathetic villain or a villain that everybody likes. And I want to start with the Leia Valor on this one. Go ahead, Leia Valor. And then we'll get into. We're in the half-hour mark.
Already.
Well, we're verging on the half-hour mark, and we can get into some comments after we talk about Black Panther. Go ahead, Leia Valor.
First of all, it's Scooney, great points, and Tripper, great points there, really great points. Overall, I enjoyed Black Panther, but I could see flaws, and I think that I do agree that it could be because of the political atmosphere at this time. Maybe some SJWs and people who have never sat through a Marvel movie in their life may have pumped this movie up bigger than it really was. I enjoyed
Oh,
it. I didn't hate it, but
they made it seem like it was the second coming.
yes, it did. It made it seem like it was just yes. It did. It did seem like it just seemed like it was this the rapture is coming down to take us away, and kind of moment. And I just saw it as the next phase of the next story. Into I liked the character. I liked Shakala. I loved how what Chasmic Boatman did with that
Rest his
particular
soul.
character. Yes, yeah, may he rest in peace. I loved what he did. I thought he was a great addition to the MCU because he's a good actor and how he portrayed the character. So I have no issues with that. I did have some issues with the film. First of all, I thought Martin Freeman was just wasted. Oh God! Normally I enjoy Martin Freeman, but somehow I just felt like if they hired him to be the dumb white guy, he was that, and I hated that. I just didn't believe him in his role.
I just
I just did
realized
not
just
believe
now. Sorry to cut you off, Leia Plus Size. We can't even start from the top now. We here on this one because half the comments got cut in half. I can't scroll all the way to the top. I guess when we hit an hour, it just cuts it right there, and only like I only got this to start with as far as I'm concerned. I don't even know. I can't even get to where people even start to talk. That's how much it got cut off. But continue what you're saying.
No, I got comments up. I just don't know how to display them. But I got them up. So
okay, yeah, you can read them if you like.
Do you want to stop with the comments? Do you want to go on?
No. Continue what you're saying. Plus size.
Did you want to read them? Oh, okay. Yeah, it was Martin. Well, I was saying Martin Freeman. I just didn't believe him as a SHIELD FBI. I can't even remember what he was, but I thought he was wasted in that film. I sure didn't buy him in that role. I don't. Well, I don't know. I think he wasn't the dumb white guy, but he was sort of the standby white guy or ignorant white guy or whatever of the above. And
Whatever,
I had some issues with Shuri. Yes, that's even in Civil War, I had some problems with him. When I saw him there, I'm like, I couldn't find another guy for that role. Seriously. There's a lot of other actors that would have been way more believable, but I'll ride this train.
His character in the comic is way more respectable than he was in the movies.
Yeah,
I would say that.
Yeah, I have.
And I don't even know the guy.
Yeah, I'm like, why do all these SHIELD heroes have bad attitudes when they meet up with them? If they're not reasonable talk, that they're like, you're wrong, and we're the law, and we're going to say what it has to hold, and you're going to listen, just shut up and listen to what we have to say. All right, bro. Gee, wow. You SHIELD agents, sure, and I thought you were the good guy.
They have a bad attitude now.
Yeah.
They do. They do. Well, that's
guys.
It's the easiest way to write a character and not get any real criticism. I mean, you're going to have criticism from the comic book community. Obviously, you see it on YouTube, and even on YouTube, it's one big echo chamber now, to where literally you can go ahead and you can follow like 3 or 4 people, and they're literally putting out the same video on the same comment. Like, I don't even know what today's comment was, but they're going on about that too. Oh, you know what it was? It was Gina Carano's tweets being suppressed, or rather, no, I think it's likes or dislikes. I don't remember, but apparently, and to me, that's not rocket science. I mean, the way Twitter makes its money is by having clients. So of course, you're going to have teams of people that are going to watch certain channels, and you're going to more or less throttle the likes versus dislikes versus the negative comments, and even taking out comments. So, I mean, when you're on Twitter, you're the product. It's like they're selling your information to third-party advertisers. So it's like, of course, they're going to take out all the quote spam comments. You know, it's like, do you really want to sell those comments? I honestly don't think anyone wants to sit there and read some of my nasty comments that I've displayed, because I've displayed a whole bunch of nasty comments, especially on some of these YouTube channels.
Speaking of comments, Neostar, can you repost your intro? Because like I said, it cuts off, and I guess it ate your intro, because I definitely want to do the intro for you.
Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off, Leia. Continue with what you were saying.
And don't forget to talk about Killmonger.
I was just about to get to that. Killmonger was, and I'm glad you guys let me speak freely. I didn't see him as a hero. I saw him more of a spoiled brat. And so I didn't that felt that stuff was owed to him just to be owed to him. So I didn't really see him as this he definitely was not worthy to be a king or a prince or anything. I just thought him as this brat that just
Right.
felt that he was owed stuff just because it was owed to him. So he was the worst kind. So I don't know why people thought he was all cool. I didn't. My issue also is with the biggest one, and I got a lot of flack with this, with
Mhm.
Shuri, because I was liking Shuri, but then they started tipping her into the Mary Sue box, and I didn't like that too much. And I didn't like the fact that Wakanda is supposed to be this mech. This is from the MCU,
Mhm.
and like I said, I have nothing against diversity, but it seems like the MCU is making Wakanda to do everything. Wakanda takes care of everything. Bucky's new arm is going to come from Wakanda. In the comics, it did not come from Wakanda. We're going to give him this new arm. We're going to get Hydra's influence out of Bucky's head. When in the comics, it was the God, it slipped my mind that fast. It was the little
Like Bram does
square
everything
bluey
in this
thing.
movie.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was
It
my
was it
complaint
was
too. Like Bram does everything in this movie.
right, right, and
Even
it
heal
just
bones.
Mhm.
Exactly.
yes, healed bones. Everything vibranium is Stronix metal. I always thought it was adamantium that was in Wolverine, but I guess I don't know any better.
Mhm.
Uh,
So I,
let's I'll give you the difference. I'll give you the difference. Adamantium is the
okay.
strongest metal. It make no mistake about that. It is the strongest metal on the planet. Vibranium is strong because it takes kinetic energy and redirects it. That's what it does. That's the difference between like both material is strong, but their properties are different. Now imagine if Wolverine had vibranium instead of adamantium, he would a lot of people would be bouncing off of him. Let's just say that.
Well, the difference between
I see.
adamantium and vibranium literally is licensing. That's the big difference.
That
That's the
too.
big. Go ahead, Leah.
Yeah, well, my biggest because everyone when we came off this movie, Shuri was everywhere. Shuri was all knowing. Shuri was everything. Shuri is just the greatest ever. Shuri is the strongest person of any character
I don't know
that's
what you talking
ever
about, sis.
been black
I
on
was looking at
screen. And
Okoye.
Mm-mm,
I wasn't looking at that. I
mm-mm.
wasn't looking at no princess who scoffs at tradition. I was looking at the general.
But do you see
Give
how
me
they're writing these black women? Do you see how they're writing them
she
though?
was cool.
yeah.
Well, that also leads. See,
Yes, I
I
do.
find that interesting, Leia Plus Size, from what you were talking about, because what I found interesting about Wakanda, or should we call it woke Wakanda, uh,
Yes.
is that everything that they're preaching about the SJWs are preaching is like they're not even following it, because Wakanda has no basically has a wall around itself to keep everybody out. It's very ethnocentric, because if it's not Wakanda, it's beneath them. Do you see the way the general, when they went to Shanghai and they're seeing, the structures and all this, how she's looking down on everybody? And
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
it also does not allow any transportation, like, so uh, it doesn't allow any tourism whatsoever to go in there. So you guys are
It's
saying,
isolationism.
yeah, it's isolationism. So you're basically saying, oh, you want to be, and then, yes, at the very end of the movie, Black Panther is saying, like, this is a time we need to tear down walls and
Mhm.
start building bridges and all that. But I'm like, yeah, but then that kind of falls flat on its face in the later movies, because still Wakanda has is still very ethnocentric. It's still closed off from the world, and it's still very much isolation. I mean, the general, I forget her name. She plays Michonne in
Okoye.
the Koye.
Yes. Okay, yes. Hmm.
She even looks down on the Avengers. I mean, did you see the way she was looking down on Bruce Banner
Black
when he
Widow.
was in the Hulk armor, or when she's
Yes.
looking down?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
that was one of the cringe moments. Let's point that out.
yeah. But I'm just,
Yeah.
I'm saying
Yeah.
that's what I was leaving the theater. I'm saying, well, wait a minute, you guys are saying one thing and you're doing another thing. What exactly are you saying?
Did you stay for the whole film, or did you actually just walk out on it?
No, I stayed through the whole film. Now, I did find
Okay.
her to actually be an interesting bad guy, but not for the reasons everybody thinks. Everybody thinks like he's that. I don't think he's spoiled. I think after first off, I did think it was wrong that T'Challa's father left him behind. Shouldn't have left him behind. But
This was the secret
I
I
agree with
must.
that.
This was the lie I chose to keep.
yeah, the lie I chose to. Now that's interesting and compelling. So anyway, Killmonger grew up with this mentality. Yes, he's spewing some SJW nonsense. Like I'm thinking about taking this item from the museum, and he says you can't take it. And he says, "Well, where do you think your ancestors got it?" I'm more.
Oh
see,
yeah, I remember that.
But
Yeah, I was cringing.
I was so cringe.
hard
I was
when
like,
you said
oh,
that.
here we go. I was like, here we go.
That was cringe. I did too. That was cringe. Yeah.
But in the context of Killmonger, it makes sense because he grew up studying. Because first off, his father was murdered by the king of Wakanda, and he got the mentality of might makes right. So he says, "How do you think your ancestors got it? You went over there and you took it because you had the means to go there and take it. I now have the means to steal it, so I am going to steal it." You know, he's got a might makes right mentality. But even when what I find interesting is that the ethnocentrism of Wakanda is still very present because you see when he says "Hi, Auntie" and Angela Bassett.
Hey, Auntie.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
all the urbanism. Yeah, you know, it was a black film that was marketed as a not so black film to get people to go and fill those seats, and then you get there and it's like, okay, so you're telling me that, you know, to any of these like kids who are watching this, it's like, okay, so the bad guy is a ghetto street kid. Okay, so and you're telling me
no jumbo.
exactly.
Hey, Auntie.
And that's exactly what I'm getting at. I'm like, okay, so you're already you're humanizing this, like, you know, who ultimately will be the bad guy. You're humanizing him, and then, you know, all you're telling the ghetto street kid who actually pulled his $20 to go see this film, oh well, you know, it is the system. It is, you know, back to what Schooner was saying earlier, how, you know, the villain has taken many shapes and forms according to the social climate of each particular decade. You know, it is a system that's oppressing me. So, and that's literally what we're saying happened here with this villain.
And what? Yeah, and at the and that's what I walked away with. I walked away from Black Panther wondering what exactly was I supposed to take from this film.
I'm sorry, Schooner, but you're a white man. You wouldn't understand.
I know. Schooner and I are odd men out. It's like, sorry.
No. Here's the thing. I gotta say when I hear some stuff like that. Oh no, they have a reason to speak. All right, don't. If y'all try to talk, this is going towards my black people. Okay, if y'all here to open up a conversation, you need to let them speak. Not listen to black voices. For you to say listen to black voices, I'm like that means you scared. You are scared. You were scared at the facts that they're gonna lay out in front of you. You are scared that you ain't got no comeback, no counterpoint, no counter argument to even stand other than you're just a white man. You're racist. You don't understand. You have no leg to you don't have nothing but a soapbox to stand on. But the moment they do speak, that soapbox will shatter underneath your feet, and the weight will crash you down to reality.
Well, that's like what I was telling you before, you know, backstage, that, you know, critical race theory allows for this stuff because I think I said, like, intellectual lightweights, like, it gives them the power to more or less shut down the conversation by making sweeping statements, as opposed to taking the problem apart and figuring out, you know, what is the root of it, where did this all originate. So
It's
yeah,
modern day witch cry. It's modern day witch cry. A witch.
oh yeah, more or less. Yeah, more or less. I mean,
I'm gonna piggyback the question Schooner had asked Led Plus Size. Did she come out wondering that too? Like what Schooner just said. What am I supposed to take out of this?
Yeah, I kind of had that same. I had the same question too. I was going to say to Scooney, I asked myself the same question. Like, hey, the hype is over. What am I supposed to take from this? Except, okay, yeah, I asked that myself, but I dare not speak it because if you said you didn't like Black Panther, oh, they would send out assassins to come get me. I would be
Oh
like,
no no
what?
no.
Oh,
Let me add to that. Let me add to that real quick.
Hmm.
So
okay.
this was I guess this was 2 years ago after Aquaman had released. Aquaman
Okay.
released like around 2019, right?
Something like that. It feels like years ago, but
Yes,
yeah, it wasn't
yeah,
that long ago.
Yeah,
Christmas.
like so
Yeah, not that long ago.
so yeah, like they we were talking about Black Panther, we were talking about Aquaman, and I said, okay, time for something controversial. I actually enjoy Aquaman way more than Black Panther. One of my coworkers literally went to the back storage and shut the door,
Of course.
and everybody else was just bust out
They were
laughing
telling
at
me
reaction.
actually,
And then they looked at me like, how could you say that? I'm like, well, let me explain my piece, if you will. I got more out of Atlantis than I did out of Wakanda, and that was one of the hindrance of that of Black Panther right there. Now, don't make no mistake. I like Black Panther on.
On the
Am I?
surface,
I'm echoing.
are you?
Yeah, it's coming from somewhere.
It's
Somebody.
not from me.
I
I don't have a open browser on YouTube, so
Neither
oh,
do
let me
I.
check.
I've gotten to the bad habit of just like popping out the chat and then just literally reading the chat as opposed to having the channel up on mute.
Yeah, I know. I know. I got a big booming voice, but dang. Okay, it's
Right?
gone now.
Can I
Somewhat.
can I say one thing in favor of Black Panther?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The one who one of the best villains was actually Andy Serkis's villain.
Really?
Oh yeah, Ulysses Claw.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
it's clear Andy Serkis
he was
is
he was
having a
in Age
good
of
time.
Ultron too.
Yeah.
Yep.
He got like maybe what, 10 minutes? Something like
Yeah,
that.
but for 10 minutes, oh my gosh, does he totally does he
You know what?
milk
I
it
think
for
it's
what
my
it's worth?
mic.
Probably.
Does he milk it for what it's worth? Because I love that scene where he's dropping off the vibranium and he's reaching into his pants to pull it out.
The only thing
I
I
made
walked
the ring.
away with that
I made it
film
right.
the only thing I walked away with that film was that Lupita Nyong'o was literally the only chick in the entire film that felt comfortable in a dress. Everyone else really did not look comfortable in any of their outfits. Like
Mm-hmm.
we
that was the most
Mm-hmm.
feminine character that we got in that
He
film.
was not
Like,
afraid to be feminine.
yeah. And it's like, as far as the other female characters, hell no.
To
Hell
continue what I
no.
was saying about why I like Aquaman more than Black Panther, I told them on a character level,
Hmm.
point goes to Black Panther somewhat. On a world building aspect, even though it's kind of clunky in the case of Aquaman, at least again, I give that to Aquaman more because again, Aquaman set up the whole seven kingdoms, right? Or at least
Yeah,
the
it did.
five kingdoms or whatever, right?
No, Seven
And
Kingdoms.
and yeah, here's the thing. We get to see all those kingdoms at the end. And my biggest argument with Black Panther was, you mean to tell me everybody's on board with Killmonger's plan? You mean to tell me every clan is okay with Killmonger? You mean the
Hi,
merchant?
Auntie. Hi, Auntie.
You mean to tell me the merchant clan is down
Good point.
you mean to tell
Yeah.
me the merchant clan is really down for maybe economic instability in case they cut off trade with any kind of foreign property? You mean to tell me the River tribe would be this loyal to this king outright? Like I can forgive the Ronald tribe. The Ronald tribe are warriors, so of course they're going to fall in line with Killmonger because Killmonger is going to take them on to a conquest, right?
Mhm.
But the merchant tribe, I mean, what's the point of them having warriors if one's to challenge for the right to be king of all clans, right? Or in the case of the River tribe, which from what I heard, Nakia is from the River tribe, so she's a spy. So they're a team of spies, apparently. That's what they don't give enough information of to what tribe how which tribe functions is what I'm saying.
Well, because I mean, they literally just wrote out an outline, and they just
They
gave
just wanted to
that
talk about
outline
black
to
black struggles.
wardrobe director, and then the wardrobe director more or less had to kind of figure out, okay, well, what's going to make them stand out from this other tribe, and that was it. That was it. You weren't.
And
The reason why they did that is because they wanted to say it's all the bestest ever.
Well,
and they wanted to talk about black struggles. Let's not kill ourselves. They wanted to talk about black struggles rather than talk about a black superhero.
well,
Right, Lil
I don't
Plus
know.
Size?
I don't know what black struggles were in that film
Yes,
because
and they and they
yeah,
and they
The non-existent black
underestimated.
struggles.
yeah, because clearly everyone looked like they weren't starving. It's like to bring it back to that area of Africa, everyone looked pretty comfortable. I mean, except for the one character who actually had interaction outside of Wakanda, which goes back to Nakia. She was the only one. I mean, what is it? First opening scene, they got to retrieve her from the outside and bring her to wherever. It's like we
Mm-hmm.
you know you know we're basically told that Wakanda more or less is isolationist, which if there's supposed to be some diversity or inclusivity, goes against that dichotomy, but apparently it seems to be okay in the Marvel universe. When it comes to these writers, because again, they're
Guys, how
taking. Oh,
Africa?
go ahead, Skinner. Go ahead.
Do they even know how diverse Africa is?
No, they don't. They absolutely do not.
Neither does Ryan Coogler, who's a black man.
Just like they don't know what to do. And this is the perfect time to inject this because I've just been annoyed by it. Just like with Wanda Maximoff, they don't know what to do with her. And I know where we're going with Wanda next, and I don't want to go there. So
I agree, Trooper. That's one of the reasons WandaVision was a massive failure to me. For the very reason, one of the very reasons that you just said right there, they don't know. Like Jean Grey and the Phoenix, they have no idea what to do with her except play up the Mary Sue Karen, the bestest ever, I make no mistake, false kind of storyline. I absolutely agree with that, and that's why I think.
Or when I make a mistake, it's usually, oh, they'll never know what I had to do in order to fix that.
well, and herein lies the thing. It's like, okay, so the first 6 episodes, I mean, the viewer is more or less being drawn into the hex, because the hex has already taken on a life of its own. Like at this point, it's we are the observer of what's going on in the hex, and with each episode, we start seeing that the hex is getting better and better at mimicking life through the lens of a television, to the point where at one point we're getting the pre intros, and then we're getting post intros. So stylistically, like, I would say I had to literally take notes to figure all that out. And if a work of art is not is too interpretive, then it's not really art at that point. But I mean, we're talking about a comic book, so let's fast forward past that. The thing with opening this can of worms with Wanda is now, I mean, I guess we're supposed
Once you're
to be taking
done,
a journey
Trooper,
into, yeah.
I don't mean to cut you there, but once we're done, we'll start reading comments.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But the thing with Wanda is they're opening up a door to the mystical universe that has so many broken storylines that I don't really see where they can go and keep it a PG-13 film, because it's bringing in Chthon. I mean, the moment they introduced the Darkhold, it was over. I mean, so is Chthon the big dude? Is Mephisto the big bad? It's that, like, most of Wanda's stories are riddled with grief. Like, there is nothing literally good that ever happens to this character, and I was kind of hoping we were getting away from that. Granted, yes, she is the most powerful mutant in the
Or enhanced
MCU,
being.
or we would call enhanced human in the MCU. But it's like, if they're just going to literally use her as a plot device to introduce the mutants, that kind of defeats the purpose. There was a whole storyline behind how she wiped away all mutants, but I don't even want to go there, because then again, like I was telling you in pre-show, we go into what I call, satanic play with the MCU, and it's like, okay, now we're introducing demons, now we're introducing entities from other worlds, and it's like, okay, well, how much of that is going to play in the Chinese box office? It's really not. There's only a few things they can do that the China box office likes and does not like. Sort of like the end montage with Ruse of Palpatine. The whole "I am all the Jedi, I'm all the Sith," Well, I mean, they literally took out the sequence with all the characters lining up because, I mean, those are ghosts and apparitions, and of course, that's bad luck, and it's to the Chinese. So, I mean, what are we going to be able to see with Wanda? We're not going to get anywhere. I mean, I wanted to see more of a positive tilt on Wanda, only because she's a Nexus being and she exists in multiple dimensions. I wanted our version of Wanda, which is Earth, 999999, to be the one, if you would say, black horse or black sheep of all these versions of Wanda, who is inherently good. I mean, the chaos magic literally, protected her in her grief and created an entire world around her that she let herself step into.
That's another problem, because the antagonist in this entire show is supposed to be Wanda, but instead the creators, once again, it's like what Wolfpen said in his last video. The writers, what did you call those villains who get
flip-flop villains?
Yeah, flip-flop villains. It's like WandaVision. I haven't seen it. I've heard all the spoilers and what happened, but from what I've heard, is basically the writers got cold feet and they didn't want to commit all the way.
Well, that, and you also had a writer who, basically said, "Oh, I don't know how to read a comic," and then she retracted her comment. "Oh, well, I know the storyline, blah, 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 blah." And the whole thing with all this stuff is that, if you're going to be brought onto a project, especially something like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, you almost have to immerse yourself in it, especially if you don't know it. And even if you don't know it, as long as you're a excellent writer, you can get by using consultants, by having the movie studio give you a copy of the existing catalog on the character that you're going to write about, speaking to fans about it, definitely picking a demographic group. Hey, can you guys tell me about Scarlet Witch? What do you know of her? What are some of the best things that she did? What are some of the worst things that she did? And then kind of find a way to walk in that middle line. Because here's the thing. I mean, she's basically guarding the gateway to chaos and disorder. And, there's so much temptation to, be able to give in to that type of power. And they're not going to touch that.
Again, yeah, exactly, because it's what you're saying. What I was saying when I first came on, which, by the way, I'm sorry, you guys, but I got to get going really soon. So I'm just going to say this and then head on out.
Okay, cool.
All right, before you go, let me read Neil Star Productions introduction before you go
okay. Yeah.
The brilliant star that shines through the night, the still safe that flattens evil. Rise, our man stands before you. Rise, our man. Rise, our man. High key king and rise, our man. Rise, our man. Rise, our man. She sure hey she get pow. Anyways, go ahead, Schooner.
It's just what the problem is with modern writers today. What I was saying when I first came on, they do not want to quote unquote offend. And there was an old saying that I cannot remember who said it, but they said, "Say if you don't want to be criticized, say nothing, do nothing, be nothing." And to any writer and creator out there who's listening to this, whether now or in the backwatch, you're never going to satisfy anybody. Somebody is always going to find something wrong with how you did it. They're going to say the same 3 words all the time forever. Not good enough.
Yeah.
So at this point, I say just write how you can, offend who you can, and just tell your story. That's all I can say. Just tell your story.
Oh, absolutely.
And don't be afraid to say that, like they say, well, where is your gay character? Or how come
that's coming. Oh, that's coming. You already know it's coming with Wiccan. But
they're going to say, where's your gay character? Where is the, how come you don't have that? Where's your, all that kind of stuff. Don't be afraid to say, that's not my story to tell. That is somebody else's story to tell, but that is not for me.
Oh yeah,
I'm not about some 9-inch child trying to tell me how to write my characters. It wasn't made for you.
Well, it's going to be all new Avengers. Schooner, I was going to ask you a question and I completely forgot. It'll probably come to me in a second. So
let's start reading the comments right now, and you guys can
I wish I could
inject
say
your
I
thoughts on them.
got to check out, so I'm sorry, you guys.
Oh, I'll ask,
Okay,
I'll ask
Schooner.
you on MeWe, bro. I'll
Thank
ask
you.
you on MeWe.
It's okay. You
Okay.
have a life, Scooney, but we're glad that you took time. I enjoyed you here.
Oh, I remember my question. Hey, Schooner. So, how do you think they're going to get around? How they're going to get around Billy and Tommy being pieces of Mephisto? Because
They will not even mention him.
yeah, because I mean, Mephisto's so.
They're not going to mention. No, they're not going to mention him because they're too afraid to bring in. They're not. They don't want to tell the story of Mephistopheles. They just wanted Wanda and Vision's children. That's all they wanted to tell.
Yeah,
They-
I mean,
They
I
want they don't
I
want
like the Power Rangers moment because that kind of brought back some, childhood memories. But that was literally like the most fun scene for me in that last episode was the whole, it kind of harked back a little bit to Incredibles and had a little bit of a Power Ranger thing going to it with all the action poses. But I mean, that's all we got. That's all we got, and I wanted more of that. So
Exactly.
They don't want to dive into the religious. That's where they're because if anything,
and that's all
they
Wanda's
rather
story is.
mock it than not
All
write it.
Wanda's story as it is. I mean, they took so much of it out of Doctor Strange. I mean, I was fine with what was presented, but it wasn't like the best film ever. So
I am going to duck on out of here, but I'm going to close out. Coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground, but has some excellent Wi-Fi. This is Schooner Tuna signing off. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Boop, 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 boop. All right, Schooner, you
Bye-bye,
take care
Schoonie.
and see you.
Thank you.
He's already gone, but once he catches the backwash, see you next Tuesday for our evaluation of our favorite female hero designs or female character designs. So be open for that, guys. If Trooper, if you want to join in too, Tuesday's open for you too.
I'm telling you, pledging neckline. That's all I got to say. You know what I mean.
Fiona Wolf says, plus modern stuff sees the post, or I think she meant postmodern stuff sees the villain as more attainable or labeled than someone like the iconic aspirational Superman. Yeah, they tend to easily identify with the heroes. I don't think that was a good comment to start off with. But
Oh no, that was actually a very good comment because it makes a good point. It goes back to what Camille Paglia has said that postmodernism has not really produced any real art. It's been derivative of everything that's come before. So, it literally makes the villain relatable, and the villain is not supposed to be relatable. Now, mind you, you're supposed to be able to see into their mind and how it works, and almost be startled, if not see the chilling feats of which a mind can achieve, and hopefully not follow that road and go do bad things. But it's like now we can't say a bad guy is bad. Is the easiest way for me to put it.
what do you think about that, Lead Plus Size?
I agree 100%. I agree 100% with that. It just seems like, to me, like, again, I always thought the villain was the obstacle for the hero to overcome, to show why the hero is the hero. But how can you have, if you don't make that villain a villain, there is no obstacle for that hero to overcome. So that's where your story starts to fall flat a little bit.
Well, I didn't follow Hannibal that much. I mean, that's another one of the villain characters that literally sticks out that you won't see anymore, as far as like Hannibal Lecter.
Right, you won't get a hand.
Yeah, who was created by Thomas Harris, back in 1981, and he was a forensic psychiatrist. I mean, Hannibal was, but Hannibal was charming, had refined tastes, and the way he went about murdering his prey was for a reason, and he gave you that reason why, and that was because they were improper in some way or form. But it's like you don't even see that now. So,
what did you guys think about the show, Hannibal?
I stay away from so much of that stuff, like Leia. It's like the best way to put it is you almost have to lower your expectations to enjoy almost anything now. So,
what about you, Lead Plus Size? Did you see Hannibal yet? The series?
I've watched a few series and then I was just out of it. I felt like they were trying to turn Hannibal into the hero, not the hero, and that's what I was getting from that show. and I dropped out of it, and now I know why I dropped out of it. I can't tell you everything, but I just felt like you were turning him into the hero, and he's not the hero. He is the
They
villain.
got a
He
show
is the
called Clarice now out
I
coming
don't
out.
even waste time with that. I'm like what F. Cooper said. I don't want to lower my expectations or melt my brain or have things dumbed down. So I passed on that the minute I saw. I said, no way, and that's just gonna be nothing but Mary Sue SJW. I'm Clarice.
I
The
bet you she.
world is wrong, and I'm right nonsense. I'm not wasting my life.
I bet you she's a lesbian too.
Well,
Prob-
well, yeah. You mean you got to hit all the boxes? So
Yeah. Guys, I was just thinking. I don't know.
sure.
Did any of you guys either watched The Walking Dead, or did you or did you not?
No.
Because okay, Wolf
I've gotten
probably sees
as
what she
far.
if not.
I've gotten as far as the.
Go ahead.
I'm already caught up. Let's just say that, kind of caught up.
Mhm.
Well,
I haven't seen. I
did you
haven't seen the. I haven't seen season 10 though. I don't think we're ever going to get that in Netflix as right now, because we still been waiting. I think
right?
the network hasn't done yet, but we're waiting. She wants to see it. I'll probably be along for the ride, but give me your spiel about it, Lay Plus Size.
Yeah, I was going to say I missed a couple of seasons myself. I dropped out of it. I was just going to say, what did you see episodes when Negan was in?
Yeah,
Okay, now was thinking at that point I thought Negan was the bad guy, but now it seems like they turned him into sort of this anti-hero or this good guy, and Rick was
it's
now the one that was wrong. And I didn't like the way that was starting to write up as the series went on when Negan was
it's
introduced. It
somewhat
seemed,
following along the lines of the comics because he's kind of like tr- currently in the comics. Carl is still alive. He ain't dead in the,
yes, I know.
like he's in the show.
Yeah,
So
right.
in the comics, Negan is kind of like schooling Carl, trying to be the father figure, which I don't know how I feel about that because I've
Yeah.
given up on the comic series because I only the only thing
Mhm.
I only have volume one,
Hmm.
and I haven't read any further into the whole comic series. But that's like for him to be propped up like that. It's in line with the comics now. Where I think they're kind of messing up and they're going off script on is make like you said making Rick a bit of a poor leader, so to speak.
Yeah, I didn't like that. Yeah, when Negan started to come in, I didn't like what they were doing to Rick Grimes. That started to turn me
And
off.
they starting to
You
build
know.
up this coup with Maggie and apparently this one was weird. Daryl was actually on board with Maggie's coup that she was setting up.
Yeah,
You okay?
I don't know why he did. I didn't like that either.
Okay. No, no, I'm hoping that you're okay. That's all my concern is. You okay? I know. I'm just saying. Yeah, I don't want you to get hurt. That's all. Sorry, something dropped
No,
in the
that's okay.
background.
Hmm.
Oh, as long as everything's okay back there. Yeah, that's when I
Yeah.
started to get turned away from the show because I felt that Rick should have had his sort of leader moments, and they said like they were starting to take it away from him. They started to eat it away from him. He never got a chance to really rise up and be the heroic leader that I thought he was going to be. And that's what we were talking about. Oh, it slipped my mind that fast.
Oh no,
Um,
I'm sorry.
yeah, that's so we don't have to go into that, but that's just something that I thought about recently. And then about Daryl too. I don't know why they made that. The writers started to do stupid things with these characters. They said they stopped understanding who these characters were. So I don't
Hmm.
know why they had Daryl to do that. I hated that. Like, why would they do something like that? But this it's kind of on the same line of what we talked about. And then if you go back to WandaVision, Trooper, I was just going to say, and maybe this is me, but I kind of was hoping that somehow she was going to be that window into the X-Men. I was hoping that maybe in the show somehow when she starts to her power starts to grow,
Mm-hmm.
and the cracks start to grow in the power in the city. But
Mm-hmm.
somewhere in New York, somewhere just like in X-Men Apocalypse,
Mm-hmm.
um,
which we talked
maybe
about 2 days ago.
right. There's a you remember the scene, Wolf? There's a scene where Professor X feels Apocalypse power, and he said, "I've never felt this such power, this kind of power before." His eyes go dark.
Yeah.
I was hoping WandaVision would have that moment. It doesn't have to be long, but just a quick second of Professor X feeling her power or feeling that something else is going on.
Hmm.
I would have liked a moment like that. And that's what I was kind of hoping that possibly she could be, because in the comics everybody knows she is a part of the mutant community. So I thought maybe that would be I thought if I was a writer, that would be my way of opening a window to the X-Men, is by having Xavier feel her power and then just have him pop up at that location and say who he is and tell them there that shield whoever, I think I can help you. I think I know who or what this person is. But no, we can't have that. Fans can't have that. You know, we have to go a little extra. The fans can't have that. Disney won't allow that. So,
Well, it comes down to licensing, to be honest. Even though Disney acquired Fox, there's still a lot of stuff on paper that needs to be ironed out so they can get away with a few things, doing or implying but never really outright saying. And that's where this whole Ralph Boner thing comes into play. I mean,
oh, that was ridiculous.
oh, I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was freaking hilarious. I'm like, okay, so that's the dude, freaking Catherine Hahn's been talking about, as far as Ralph this, Ralph that, Ralph this, Ralph that. It's like, oh, so that was I forget what they call that. It wasn't a simulacrum. It's I want to call it a Renfield. Yeah, that was basically her Renfield, but she's not a vampire. So anyway, but yeah, there was I what I've seen right
We're
now
doing good.
in regards to
We're doing okay.
WandaVision is like all these shill
Sorry, guys.
outlets saying, "Oh, well, this is what happens when you don't release all the episodes all at once. Your expectations, start running wild." Blah 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 blah. It wasn't too long ago that television worked and it still does. If you're actually still watching a lot of these channels like ABC, NBC, blah blah blah, where a new episode gets released every 2 weeks or every week, or they take a season break and then they come back, mid-year or whatnot. That's normal. You know, the excuse of, oh well, it should have been released all at once doesn't change the fact that this show, more or less, there were a lot of expectations placed on the show. One, the show, I honestly think, was only meant to like check a few boxes in terms of, okay, this is what we're putting out. This is, we're going into this next phase. We can't really talk about it because we don't really know what's happening in the next phase, because all we did was throw out a few titles. So that's where I think we're at, honestly, because you got to remember, MCU was Kevin Feige, Jon Favreau, and Favreau is working on Star Wars now. So I wonder how much of this world building is actually going on beyond, behind the scenes. So, I mean, in terms of WandaVision, I mean, if they wanted to turn it into a series, that would have been the way to go about it, which is what they did here. Granted, it literally had maybe one or two really bad episodes that just fell flat. But in terms of what they needed to achieve versus what they're doing in this next phase, it did not meet that. In terms of, if she's going to be the tent pole for the next phase, clearly it looks like she might not be. It
Yeah.
looks like we might be getting Monica Rambeau, but then we didn't get any story on her whatsoever, so you can't, quote, judge her going into this next phase. We already know more or less Brie Larson's out. Fine, whatever. I don't like her. I don't like her feet. All that stuff. It's, oh yeah, that's a whole story in and of itself. On YouTube or whatever. But in case in point being, it's like, okay, so if we're going to get a
She can have an OnlyFans and I still wouldn't like her.
right, so it seems to me just like Iron Man, it seems to me that they're really going to try to push this Captain Marvel thing to be a tentpole character. The thing
I
is,
think so too.
there's no story. Why are we? I know they want to go into the Skrull Wars. Okay, so if you want to do that, why are we
Why
opening
didn't
up?
they start that?
Why?
Why couldn't
Why?
it just be a separate story that didn't tie into the Infinity War module when they brought in Captain Marvel?
Well,
It
the
should
thing,
have been
like,
that.
Infinity War is over. Like, we could have either gone into, the mystical world, which then brings the demiurge, and it brings about stuff more or less. If you Best way I can put it is Cthon would be almost kind of like Galactus, if you will, but it brings all that stuff in. But I don't think we're going there. I think we're going through Skrull Wars. So my biggest beef was, okay, so you opened up this entire door for Wanda that we're not going to go into. You're making her into a villain, which she's never really been, to more or less sell the point of, oh well, she's not really a villain. There's so many things that happened, for her to act like this. you know the thing is, it's like the multiverse of madness. There is a multiverse out there that is just pure chaos, and they make a reference to it in that film. I don't know if we're going to be able to visit that, given the fact of who the audience is. And then on top of that, it's like, okay, well, we were supposed to be getting the first horror film in the MCU, which we're not gonna get. Feige already said it's going to be, kid friendly, I guess is the best way to put it. And the original director was fired, so the vision changed, and that's how we got Sam Raimi in. So we're gonna get, like I told you before, we're gonna get Spider-Man 3. So we're gonna get a whole bunch of disjuncted storylines that aren't going to connect. And at the very end of the film, either people are going to want to say, oh, you know what, just like Force Awakens, oh, it was really good, but really deep inside you're like, is this really Star Wars? Because for me, it's not. So
Fiona Wolf says most saw Joker because it pissed off SJWs, so it becomes a rallying point rather than something interesting. Personally, I was not of that crowd, or at least I was not in that mindset of that crowd. If I was in that kind of mindset, I would put my money into seeing Sonic. Unfortunately, my wife was not feeling well that time, so we didn't get to go see it. What I will do, on the other hand, I will definitely get around to buying Sonic on Blu-ray to support the people who actually did, check themselves before they wreck themselves. Finally,
well,
and hopefully they were able to get their studio back in business, considering that they almost went bankrupt, or at least they nearly went bankrupt. But other than that, what's your guys' take on that? Like watching stuff as a kind of a stick it to the SJWs.
well,
Are you all favor for that sometimes?
if you weren't
Or
paying attention to what was going on in the media at that point, then yeah, I could say that point is valid, to piss off SJWs. But if you were actually paying attention to what was going on, at one point they marketed this film as an anti-SJW film, and then they marketed it as an anti-Trump film. So I mean, they were trying to hit both sides. So I mean, yeah, if you were only paying attention to one side of the news, and yeah, I want to go piss off SJWs, and SJWs are going to get pissed off if I go ahead and make this thing a good, if it makes money. The thing was, is the movie itself was not very good at all. What we were shown in terms of trailers literally was the film, and that's another thing that these films now suffer from, is you literally get almost the entire film in a trailer, so there's no point in seeing the film. I forget what other movie. Oh yeah, you know what? I want to say it was either Last Jedi. Was it Last Jedi that they said was an anti-Trump film, or also an anti-establishment film?
I think Rise of Skywalker was more or less close to being that.
Like, well, in terms of what they were portraying, like in the media and stuff like that, because I remember one of the Star Wars
It had to
films,
be Last Jedi.
it had to be, oh, this is it's gotten, it's got a anti-Trump message, blah 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 blah. And the thing was, is the film literally made less than Force Awakens. Like, I guess what they were trying to do is they were trying to get everybody, they were trying to get a bum in every seat, if you will, to get this thing to sell. But I mean, the moment they brought in Ryan Johnson, I mean, they had already set themselves on a path that they were going to go ahead and inject whatever agenda was was the flavor of the day. Jar Jar Abrams did that with Force Awakens, but it was very subtle because it literally almost followed frame for frame of Star Wars, if you will, Star Wars: A New Hope. For all the people that don't know A New Hope as just Star Wars, but
Let me pause you there real quick, Trooper,
Yeah.
to address Dr. Y. So he says, I have seen neither Black Panther or Captain Marvel. I have been curious about Black Panther because Chadwick Boseman is from my home state. So I hope what we said about Black Panther hasn't soured your curiosity, or at least fed into your curiosity. As far as Captain Marvel, you know well enough to stay away already. So yeah, I just need to address them real quick on that one.
I
Continue
would
what you're saying, Trooper.
I would say if you're a completionist, you can buy it on Blu-ray just to have it in your collection. But other than that, you really don't even need to see it to stick with part of the Infinity War saga. Like those end films,
Both of those movies, actually.
yeah, more or less, those end films are just they're setups at that point. They're not really telling a story because all Black Panther does is set up Wakanda as being the battlefield for the Infinity War
Right.
that takes
Or at least
place. Yeah, well, at least the
you
first.
want to watch it to know where T'Challa comes from, or at least,
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
or rather, you don't really need to watch that. All you gotta do is watch Civil War, because Civil War introduces him. Actually,
Yeah, and that's pretty much it. I mean, you can cut out. I mean, if you want to, you don't have to. But like, if you want to cut out an ethnocentric film like Black Panther, and then you want to cut out a feminist film like Captain Marvel, you can do that and actually get a better viewing experience when watching
what you eating on, Leia?
the second half of Endgame, because the first half of Endgame is terrible. So.
All of Endgame is terrible, but
It
that's
is.
just me.
It honestly is. It is. Like I did not want to sit through the film. I own it, but I've watched it maybe once. Like I own Captain Marvel because again I'm a completionist, but I've never opened it. It's still in its cellophane wrapping. I mean, I've debated, taking it back to Target because Target will never tell you no. Yeah, as far as a refund policy, they will not. And for anyone who's listening, I'm not suggesting that you go and commit refund fraud. But what I'm saying is, if you stick to their terms of service, they're not going to tell you no. So, I mean, it's the thing with films like this is that at that point they're just cranking out films because they know that they'll at least hit $1 billion. And that's where we're at now. They have the audience now to where they can say, "Hey, you know what? We pop out a film, we know you'll see it."
Yeah, just to add on that, and then we'll get back to reading the chats. For me, what I hated the fact is that Black Panther and Infinity War came out in the same year, and Infinity War was the better movie. As far as I can say, I saw Infinity War twice, and it blew me away. And it was a much, much, much more better movie. But it just seems like the media and Disney and Iger focused more on Black Panther, and I think there was political motivations behind that.
Yeah.
Even if you
absolutely.
And I'm not knocking anybody who loves it. I'm not knocking you at all. But I'm just saying that Infinity War was way far superior, but all they kept talking about was Black Panther. Like,
This is
Iger was going
very
to get some street cred or something, or he would be accepted by the Black community because he made Black Panther. So there was this, and Captain Marvel, I tell people, you don't avoid that at all costs. Because I know people that are normies, and they said to me, well, we felt we had to see Captain Marvel because of Infinity War, but they came out of it. They told me they hated it, and I said, I warned you. I had to explain to them. You didn't.
I literally went. Go ahead.
They kept asking me, haven't you seen it? I said, no. I said, why? We love Marvel movies. I said, I don't love that one. There's no reason to see that one whatsoever. There's no reason to go see it. But they're normies. They don't know better, but they all thought they had to, and they said they wish they had.
Honestly, I went for Goose. I went for Goose because I really thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be Top Gun with a vagine. I really did. And it wasn't any of those things. So,
Dr. Wise says, "What if you had a villain who was half elemental, half on?" We do. There's actually is a villain that exists.
There's a lot. Yeah.
For example, I forgot his name, but he's the villain from Blood Zeus, the brother to who's the main character led plus us? I know you've seen Blood Zeus.
Yeah, I have. He's I think it's oh my God, I forgot his name. That Perseus.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Perseus' brother,
Perseus'
half
brother.
brother,
Yes, his half brother.
or no, not half brother, his twin brother. He's a force to be reckoned with, but he's also a fallen villain too. Like he or rather, he's a victim of circumstance.
Mhm.
Oh my goodness, my neighbors are working in the background.
Oh, I
Sorry
hear
about
it. I
that.
hear it. I'm like, okay, so I guess there's stuff
Mhm,
going on. So no big deal.
mhm.
This is where we live in. We live in a trip. I
Mm,
said I was gonna move, but
mm,
I had to get up my
mm.
butt and go do it. So, anyways, I'm
When are
so
you gonna
so
get out
sorry.
of the People's Republic? Like,
I know,
right?
huh?
You got to get out of
so,
the People's Republic. So,
anyways, yeah, we had that guy. There's what's another character like that? You guys help me out. I know you guys know
that's half
somebody.
fallen, half elemental. That would be. I'm thinking. Gosh, I'm having to go back
Mister
to an older
Freeze,
franchise. I'm having to go back to Clash of the Titans.
do that thing.
And, I, and,
You
I'm,
talking
and I'm
about?
talking and I'm talking about the original Clash of the Titans. I'm not
Yeah,
talking about the remake,
2010.
which I thought was okay. I mean, I didn't think there was anything
You thought it
wrong
was
with it.
okay?
I, you know what? Just like any Zack Snyder film, it's got gratuitous CGI. So I mean,
Mm,
so it's like
I just
so
couldn't
some
take
of the
Sam
scenes,
Worthington too serious. That's all.
some of the scenes in Clash of the Titans. And definitely Wrath of the Titans were really nice as far as the setup goes. Now, as far as the
Yeah,
story, okay, whatever. But my whole thing was, I mean, there were a few scenes in there as far as the frame goes. You know, when Perseus jumps on, Pegasus, and then Pegasus takes off, and and this is in Wrath of the Titans where he says, don't embarrass me in front of the kid, and it's like it just there's just a beautiful landscape, and it's done well. But again, I'm talking about the scenery and I'm talking about the frame itself. I'm not talking about the actual storyline. There's a few storylines in a lot of these modern films that would work if they were more or less on a lower budget, because once you go ahead and put most of your budget into CG, then all you're doing is you're covering up a mediocre storyline or a very good storyline with gratuitous CG. Again, like, Man of Steel and all those. And you're going to get a lot of DC people that are like, oh, you're just pooing on Man of Steel. Well, Henry Cavill is, he's a decent actor to an extent, but there's only one role he can play, really. And that's pretty much what he does in Man of Steel. But I mean, if you were to take out all the gratuitous action, you'd probably have a better film. So,
I agree.
Niels,
I was like, yeah. Oh,
Niels,
go ahead.
I was yeah. Niels, let me do it before you start hammering again. Neil Star says a lot of. There they go. There they go.
Go on, because Neil Star, he makes a
Okay,
good
I'm gonna
go
talk
point.
for it.
loud
Go
as
for
I
it.
can.
Go for it.
A lot of mainstream, a lot of mainstream writers treat superheroes like it's a popularity contest rather than heralds of justice. They have more respect for their own political bias than actual morality or justice.
And that I agree. And that is the problem with the superhero movies going forward. Big problem with the MCU and everything else. Neil Star, very good point there. I see that a lot. It's more about, first of all, they're written by people who don't love these characters. They don't love these characters. They don't know these characters. They don't respect them. They're only using them to push their political agenda because they're too lazy and chicken to write their own stuff. And also to get back because I think they see fans, true fans like ourselves,
Mm-hmm.
they see us as nothing but how's the best way I put it? Racist, sexist, and homophobes that need to be re-educated. So that's how they see us as fans. So they're writing this stuff not out of love or respect, but out of hate and revenge. And that's why we're going forward, particularly with the MCU, particularly.
Mm-hmm.
And we're getting these kinds of stories that have nothing to do with the heroes. And it's like the commander said, um, there are a lot of people who don't like it, or don't like some of these films, but can't they don't want to express it for whatever reason. And then there are some that don't know enough about it. They're just jumping on the bandwagon because geek culture is the thing to do. So they can't see the woke that's in there that we can't. So they don't get it when we reject something. They go, I know I get it sometimes, like, but I thought you were a Marvel fan, or I thought you liked DC, or I thought you don't want the Snyder Cut, really? I thought you were all that. And I tell them, you didn't like any of the Star Wars movies? You didn't like Rise of Skywalker? You didn't like the Last Jedi?
I'm
They
gonna
don't get
chime
it.
in real quick on that one. My
Go ahead.
mom and my stepdad, we both went to see Rise of Skywalker. They were paying, not me. That was my scapegoat there. I'm throwing them up. Yes, yes.
Okay.
I'm being a villain right now. I threw my parents under the bus.
I thought for free was I think my brother ended up getting like some free movie tickets or
But
something.
what I was gonna say was my mom had asked me like what did you think of, because they were talking about the movie. They're not really in the know of what's going on with Disney Star Wars and all that jazz, right? So my mom
Right.
asked me what I thought, and I said it was boring. The lightsaber action was boring. The story was mismatched and flip floppy, and I didn't really enjoy myself. But if you guys liked it, that's fine. You know, we were she wanted to see an R-rated movie. We were going to see Knives Out, which I was actually interested in seeing. Are you laughing at the hammering, or are you laughing at the fact that we were going to see Knives Out?
Both actually, both. Because I
Nice.
mean, we know Ryan's story now. It's pretty much like Zach's story. It's like they told one good film, and then they've been telling that film ever since. Just
Hmm.
reworking it differently, changing the wardrobe. Instead of a Spartan, it's a Watchman. You know what I'm getting at. So,
Yeah, Neil Starr says, was there even a villain that was an actual threat to Captain Marvel in that movie? They could have had her fight the Super Skrull or Black Star or something. I don't think it's really about the villain to challenge her per se. I think it needed a story, a proper, well written story, more so than a villain. Like you could throw in a villain that was not really that powerful against Captain Marvel and can break her. Anyways, think Lex Luthor versus Superman. We all know Lex Luthor is not strong enough to take on Superman physically, but he's able to take on Superman mentally. So they had a nice setup with the Supreme Intelligence, which they also failed in that regard, because the fact that she makes that crack about fighting with one hand tied behind her back. I'm like, excuse me, shut up. Tied behind one hand tied behind your back, and you're firing phaser guns out of your fists.
well, yeah,
You
that's
can lift
true.
you can lift a car up. You can snap a dude's wrist with your, and you calling that fighting with your hand tied behind your back?
Misty Knight could do that. Well, it depends on which hand we're talking about. But Misty Knight could do it.
Yep. Even what's her name? Colleen Wing can do that, and she's a regular human being.
That's right. Oh well.
Now, now
Oh,
she's got
yeah.
the Iron Fist power, which I'm gonna say this. I'm okay with that.
Oh, is she
I'm
the new
actually
Iron Fist? Like I missed out on second
going.
season because
No, she's a stand-in. Danny Rand still has his powers. They did in the cliffhanger that he can actually make both hands glows this time. Remember that was like the big thing
yeah,
in the first season, that he had to make it. Apparently he has to make both his hands glow. Now he can finally make his hands glow. But she's basically just a stand-in until he gets back, because him and his quote unquote brother is on a spiritual journey to look for Kunlun or something like that, or any remnants of Kunlun
I
that
guess.
survived.
Yeah,
But
anything.
apparently we're not going to get that anymore since it's canceled.
Yeah, well, it's that was the whole thing. It's the whole thing with the moniker, Netflix original. You can't do that anymore. So
Uh, I'm looking at the comments real quick.
okay. While you were doing that, who was it? It was Donovan Walker had mentioned a comment about aspirational heroes, and what I was saying before is with the aspirational hero is they have a set of morals, moral values versus ethics. Ethics is a way of blurring the line. Like when you start a new job and they give you all orientation paperwork, you get a code of ethics. You don't get a code of morals, because morals implies there's a form of theism involved, some form of higher worship, whether that be Christianity, whether that be Buddhism or something, or something that implies that you believe in something that leans more towards creationism than evolution. So yeah, that's why you're not going to get a lot of aspirational heroes, because they believe in something, whether like Superman, it's was it truth, justice, in the American way.
Yes.
You notice how they've subtly taken out American way. So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was going to say, when we talk about SJWs, truth to an SJW is something completely different than what it is to the, comic book fan. Same thing with justice. They seem to view justice through an oppression lens. They all want a piece of that oppression pie, and if you can get the most slice of the pie, then you're the most oppressed.
They don't want justice; they want vengeance, or at least revenge.
Well,
exactly.
Well, that is true, but again, they're changing the definition of the word to more or less be able to say, well, I'm not a bad person; you're the bad person. So and when we talk about truth,
playground talk.
Yeah, when we talk about truth, we talk about facts, figures, what is and what is not, when we're talking about, a subject of an argument. But to them, it's, well, truth is how I feel. So, your truth is not my truth. So I can't see the land, I can't relate, I can't relate to Leia because, Leia is a woman. So therefore, I don't know what it's like to be depressed, because being depressed as a woman is different being depressed as a man. So I can't see through that lens. Somehow I'm being a misogynist by saying to Leia, hey, you know what, I see, I can relate, I've been there. Well, no, you haven't. You've never been there. You don't know what it's like to be a woman. And it's like, and it just unleashes this whole dialogue. But going back, yeah, that's why you don't that's why aspirational characters have morals. Like, stealing is bad. It's, doing the right thing is right, but doing the right thing for the wrong reason is still wrong. So, so just
I was going to. Oh, that's okay. I was just going to say that heroes like Superman and Captain America, they want to get rid of because they believe in truth, justice, and American way, and SJWs hate that. So they feel if the characters like that, that character must be removed because that does not fit into their view of the world, as Trooper just explained. That doesn't proceed with them. They associate truth, justice, American way with being white or white privilege. So they can't see how that is that truth, justice, American way is for everyone. But they don't see it like that. They just see only the privileged get to say that, and that's why we're losing characters like
Luke,
Superman and Luke and Steve Rogers. They want to get rid of those characters.
And Black Widow.
Yeah.
Black Widow, same thing.
And Wonder Woman.
Oh yeah, because they're trying to change Wonder Woman. I can see that very clearly. Patty Jenkins is everybody's. Oh, Patty Jenkins is a great director.
They're trying to replace her too.
Yeah, I know. Oh God, that comic is insulting. That thing is just insulting. That new one.
I knew that was going to be your reaction. I really did.
You must have saw just some guy's review of it, haven't you?
I did, and
I did too.
It's.
She's another Riri. She's another Riri. It's
exactly.
Yeah. She's worse. Actually, she's worse than Riri.
Well,
she's worse than Riri because Riri actually did experience a tragedy. This woman hasn't even experienced a tragedy, and somehow she's getting selected out of the blue by Wendy, and let's just say this: she took way longer to get into her superhero outfit than Riri did. Because at least I would say this in the defense of Riri, which I don't like her story. I don't really like the character. Period. Let's get that out the way real quick. At least she didn't take that. Sorry, I wish I could tell them to stop, but I'm just saying it for the sake of myself
could,
because
you
that's
could,
getting annoying.
you could go out there and be like, "Hey, basta, basta," and then come back. So, I mean, they
It's
might
funny.
understand.
Anyways, like I said, at least in the case of Riri,
Yeah.
she didn't take that long to get into her Iron Man suit than Nubia did. Because again, you lead these even when you lead these SJW or social progressive writers to their own devices to write their own superhero, they take so long to get to the superheroing. So
Yeah.
long because all they do is talk about politics and talk about struggles and struggles that they don't even understand or struggles that they never had to begin
Hmm.
with. They don't even know how to write a struggle in a story to get the point across. They just want to write and talk and write and talk. They write in blog talk basically. Have you noticed that too?
Because well, they don't understand those characters. They don't care or understand those characters. The woman that wrote that insulting trash,
Hmm.
that blasphemy Nubia, she doesn't know anything about Wonder Woman. She doesn't know anything about Nubia. All she knows is, and they don't read comic books. All she knows is, okay, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to spew out all my political garble, and that will sell, and that's it. And they think that makes them heroic. That makes them stunning and brave, because
Oh, it does. It
she
does.
thinks she knows she thinks she knows black people so well, and she knows what we want to read, and she knows everything
Hmm.
about us. But it's not the character. It's them projecting their politics and their feelings into these books. They don't know about comics. They don't know how to write for a comic. They don't understand a
I'm
hero.
just I'm just so glad Meteor Man's comic didn't get that popular by this point because I hate to see what will happen to him. Because Mirror Man had a movie, but he also had a comic. Did you guys know
Meteor
that?
Man?
Mirror Man
No, I
had a
didn't.
comic.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I just know the movie, but I didn't know he did that, the
I haven't
comic.
read the comic, but I'm aware that Mirror Man had a comic. I wish Black Man had a comic too, but unfortunately he never got a comic. But that would have been really cool though. Brian Gilmartin says, in and of itself, a villain having a tragic past isn't a bad thing, but it shouldn't be used to say that they aren't wrong for what they do, as modern writers tend to do. You sorry, you guys want to inject anything into that?
Mm, let's
Yeah, that's an
see.
interesting point. Oh, Trooper, I thought you were getting started. You can go
Oh,
ahead.
no, no, no. Go ahead. Go
Um,
ahead.
I think that is a. I don't. I just said I do agree with it, and that is a good point. Just because it's tragic, or doesn't necessarily mean that they can't be well written. But that's an interesting point. I can't think of examples right now. So, Trooper, if you want to start, you can go ahead. But I was trying to think of an example, and it slipped my mind that quick. I'm trying to think
I
of it.
think what Brian Gilmar is trying to say is that should not be the default thing to go to. At the same time, you don't want to tack that on as an excuse for them to do the wrong things to give them a free pass. I think that's where he's going with. But go ahead, Troop.
Well, with the oppression Olympics, I mean, you have to put the reason as to why they're oppressed out there first. And and again, it's about more or less getting everyone on board with this character. Oh, well, this character is oppressed because of this, or this is that. So, I mean, it's when we go into classic characters, you know, was I want to say Professor Moriarty. Like, Moriarty only makes one appearance in the Sherlock Holmes novels, but throughout the entire series, he's there. He's in the background. The machination is real. Um, Now with these characters is what they tend to do now is it's another marketing gimmick. So more or less, they're selling these villains, if you want to call them that. They're selling these villains to you in order to be able to sell the rest of the story. Only because, again, they can't write a complicated story. Or rather, you don't even have to make it complicated. Because a good example was Harry Potter throughout those films. And yeah, the last film did not need to be broken up into two segments. And by that point, the actors were too old. But, getting back to, say, like Lord Voldemort, Voldemort throughout the entire series, especially in the books, he was always in the background. There was always the threat of Voldemort. You know, you saw Voldemort maybe towards the very end of the books, and you know, the whole time, you know, Voldemort is being built up to be this, you know, boogeyman of sorts. And now you don't even get the boogeyman villain anymore, where, you know, the boogeyman is, you know, gonna get you at night, you know, have you, have mom and dad spray underneath the bed for monsters, you know, because Voldemort is definitely one of them. They're making these new villains friendly, is what they're doing. They're making them kid friendly and they're
Right.
making them adult friendly.
Yeah.
So, oh well, I can empathize with that because I can see through the lens of a Black Indigenous person of color. You know, so
Exactly. And that's why they won't criticize them, or because for that very reason that you just explained, it makes them easier to like, to sympathize with, and to take their side on the matter, which
yeah.
is totally wrong. Which is why a lot of movies or in books are not are not good right now. For that very reason, right there. Also, I could
Oh,
definitely see with that. The Nubia crap is a perfect example of that. She's using that same line, you
yeah,
know.
yeah, and that's really a problem when it comes to these female superheroes. I mean, they're getting a shellacking too, and that's what a lot of people in the mainstream who don't necessarily follow the comics, if you will, they don't understand what shellacking they're going through right now.
They
Because,
do,
God,
they don't. That's why they're ruining Black Widow and Wonder Woman and Wanda and Captain Marvel, because they
Let
don't
me pause you guys real quick to introduce somebody who's new
well,
to our
it's a
show.
big undertaking as well. I mean, if you
Can you
think
guys hear
about
me?
it, I mean, female characters
I
tend to
can
be very complex.
I can hear you, Wolf. I'm sorry, F. Did you hear Wolf?
I don't know.
Because
Say something. Oh, there you go. There you go.
okay. So I'm going to introduce somebody who's new to our show, Donovan Walker. Hello, he's new. Everybody, welcome Donovan, which
Hello,
they already
Donovan.
are doing.
Hello, Donovan.
Go ahead, continue what you're saying, guys.
Go ahead.
I had to.
Well, like I was telling Leia, like the shellacking that's going on with female characters started around. We really started seeing big changes around 2015, and with that, you started to see. Well, that was Secret Wars on the Marvel side, Convergence on the DC side, because they were more or less shoring up storylines. But that's where you started to get more of the cookie cutter diversity female, like America Chavez, female Thor, Spider
Yeah.
Gwen. I actually did like, just because Jason Latour really put a really good spin on Spider Gwen, and that's why Spider Gwen took off. Um, because there was actual backstory, but literally it was Peter Parker's story told through the lens of a female character, which in the age of critical race theory you can't do. But that's essentially what Spider Gwen's story really is. And then what else did we see? There was a whole bunch of inversions. Like you no longer had archetype female characters anymore. And I was picking on Wolf the other day on his character by showing him a picture of Chitara, but I didn't actually send him a photo of Sheena, Queen of the Jungle. I mean, those are archetype female characters where they actually where they use their surroundings and they're one with nature to take down the big bad. So you're not seeing that anymore. You're seeing women taking on more masculine roles. And as a young girl, I mean, that's a message that we're sending, that you have to be more man-like and not embrace your
Say,
qualities.
speaking of which, how would you rate my female characters right now as I draw them?
Plunging neckline. Okay, for anyone who's on the channel, so if you want to follow us on MeWe, you can find us on MeWe. You can definitely, you see our tags up, you can follow us on MeWe. We're not hard to find. But Wolf is putting together his comic and there's main characters, and he puts up cells as he does them. And there was one that I saw of one of his characters that literally looked like she was wearing, exercise clothes. And I started making fun of it because I was like, well, where's the plunging neckline? She has fur. Fur covers all the naughty places. You can get away with something a bit more revealing. But if you look at some of these female characters like Sheena, Queen of the Jungle, where you look, well, not so much Sonya Blade. Sonya Blade, by the time we get to the 90s or whatever, we're having female characters now starting to wear utility suits. We're turning them into, Batwoman, if you will. But, prior to that, they're one with their femininity as far as being one with nature, which tends to follow the Joseph Campbell's, version of the female hero. So you really see, well, prior to 1970, they wear less. Once we get to the 70s, they wear a little bit more, but they focus on the form. So Barbarella is a good one, where Barbarella in some of the comics are, she's really covered up, but they accentuate the roundness of the curves of her hips, of her breasts, of her profile, to let you know that she is still a feminine hero, and that actually works. And then once we start getting more into the 90s, you see more covered up. And I think Matchstick put out a video on outfits. But by the time we get to say 2015 and now, you can't critique the character or her outfit, because at that point you're a misogynist and you're toxic in your opinion. So I put a little blurb on there. It's like it was a joke, because it's sort of happened to me where someone's like, "Hey, my eyes are up here," and I'm like, "No, they're not," and then the conversation just devolves, and I'm doing my own thing. I'm walking away, and it's like, "Well, don't you want my number?" I'm like, "Really? After all that?" Like, okay, cool, whatever. But that's where we've gotten to, where the dialogue is so broken that you can't take notice of the female hero and how she relates to the story within the frame of that graphics, of that page in the graphic novel. Each cell tells a story. And with the feminine hero, it's more of a subconscious telling than outright storyline with a male hero. I know that was kind of long.
Well, as a female, let's say, I agree. I didn't have anything. I do think that in this day and age, in order to please the Twitter mob and the SJWs, they're making the female heroes more masculine, more manly. And I agree with you. I don't like that message that young girls are getting, that in order to feel good about themselves or womanly, they have to give up their femininity.
It's all about how they feel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Always all about that feelings things.
Right.
Like, have you even asked them how they've been? Like, I like to ask these people, have you ever went outside and asked how people are feeling today, or how's their day is going? Because you seem to assume that they're having a bad day every day. You seem to have this idea of everybody when you step outside. It's almost like a God complex, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of, have you guys? Well, I know Leia saw her avatar that I drew of her, but have you seen it, Trooper?
I saw it.
What'd you think about that?
I thought of, well,
plunging neckline.
yeah, more or less. I'm like, plunging neckline.
You need to really no. I think you need to elaborate what you mean by the plunging neckline.
Okay. On a lot of these female superheroes, when the artist is drawing these heroes, I mean, for lack of a better term, they pretty much wore a scanty outfit. I mean, it was letting you know that this female was a female. What's a good example? Well, I posted Baroness up in chat. Baroness was still very feminine, but she was covered all the way up. But like with some of these female heroes, they're not necessarily Scarlet, if you will, if we're talking about G.I. Joe. There was somewhat of a plunging neckline. I was letting you know, hey, I'm a woman. I like myself. And we're not talking about the liberated woman. That's literally what we're getting with Cruella, with Maleficent, which hopefully we will not get with Wanda. And the liberated woman is not liberated. And I haven't seen Professor Geek talk about this. The liberated woman is the modern version of the militant feminist. That's what it is. And that's what we're going to get in these films, is the militant feminist. You know, oh, you don't know my story, but just trust me. I'm the female villainess that you never thought I was. You know that, all that packaging, like they did it with like I said, going back to Wicked in 1995. That's where the trend started, of selling you the villain as the anti-hero, and now you just have it in a feminist form. You know what they did it with? They did it with Cheetah. They also did it with Cheetah. Like as Minerva became more like, okay, so for anyone who didn't watch Wonder Woman 84, you got two films. You got a film that kind of looks like the 80s in the first half, and then you got the actual Wonder Woman story in the second half. But with Minerva, if you will, when the film starts, she's very awkward. But if you look at her clothes, they were very soft, and they weren't very revealing, but they were feminine. They were feminine for the 80s. And think of what you will of the actress, was it Kristen Wiig?
Kristen Wiig.
Yeah. Think what you will of her, because we all know where she lies on the.
I just know she's not funny. Yeah, well, everybody keeps saying she's funny.
Well, I wasn't focused so much on the delivery as far as, oh, she's a funny actress. Well, that's subjective. I mean, comedy is, funny from one person to the next. But,
right.
She really captured, the fact that in the very beginning, she was soft. She was awkward. She had an innate beauty about her, but it wasn't out in the forefront. And as we got through the middle and to the end of the film, the more revealing she got, the more cruel she got. Or rather, she went from being feminine to being a militant feminist, to where she didn't want to give up her power. And at the end of the film, we don't know if she gave up her wish, because her wish was to be supposedly to be Wonder Woman's equal, but it doesn't seem like that to me. It seems that her wish was to be liberated from her own femininity, to the point where she's covered up in fur now. So that's how I view that.
Hey, I'm chuckling because I would not be surprised if that was the case.
Mm-hmm.
I would not be surprised.
She would not give up her feminist armor.
You know what? That could be another stream in itself. The war on femininity.
Yeah, and Wonder Woman is telling her, you got to give up your wish. You got to give up your wish. And that, like I said, the second half of that film really is probably what Patty Jenkins had originally intended to film. But you got to remember, like, a whole bunch of these people got their hands in it, because this was supposed to be the new Flashpoint paradox, and then at one point it wasn't. So, because there's been so much havoc with trying to get this Flash film out, as far as they had a director, then they didn't have a director, and then you had freaking
Ezra Miller.
Went around slapping people. Yeah, so what ended up happening was, all the shill outlets started saying, oh, well, Wonder Woman 84 will be our new Flashpoint paradox. And I honestly think that's what they were going for, but you can't, with the exception of Star Wars, you can't really save a movie in the editing room. Like, the whole story has to be there. With Star Wars, there was too much story. So, I mean, even when cut it down, the heart of the story never changed. So, what's the next comment?
I'm looking for it right now.
Commander, before you read it, I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave now. I have to go out to the store. But this has been a really great conversation. I've enjoyed, as always, speaking with both of you.
I mean, can I pick them or can I pick them?
Oh, you know what? Masters of the Universe, Tila, plunging neckline.
Mm-hmm.
Before you go, Leia, plunging neckline. Am I wrong?
You're right. You're right. You're right. And Shira as well.
Yeah,
Shira's
yeah,
outfit, yeah, yep, same too, and real feminine. I don't
yeah.
have. I like female heroes who look like females. That doesn't intimidate
Exactly,
me. I'm
exactly,
okay with that. I don't like female heroes to
exactly.
look like men. I like the ladies
Mhm,
to look like females and still be heroes.
mhm.
So I don't know why I hate this all new gotta look like a man look. I'm totally not into that. That's them doing that. That's them
Yeah.
not comfortable with their own femininity or feel that their femininity is their weakness. But it's not. I
Mhm.
I
Seems
like
like
the
the guys are
characters
actually
thing.
protecting the femininity to these women, where these women are just outright just massacring it.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't
That's
No, I absolutely agree. I That was something else I was going to bring up is that it just seems like the women are rejecting their femininity, and I don't
they
know
are.
why. Because I think they see it as weak if they're feminized, but if they have a man, if they're more like a man, they see that as strength. And I reject that totally, and I'm seeing more and more of that,
Oh,
and it's just a
oh,
big turnoff.
here's how you protect yourself. Here's how you protect yourself, against this trend of attacking femininity. Just call yourself a sex worker and they'll leave you alone. Apparently, because apparently a sex worker is allowed to be feminine.
Independent contractor.
Oh yeah, that's the colorful term too. Independent contractor. Yeah.
That is the
These new
professional
names.
technical term.
No,
That's
no new
right.
names. No new names.
Yeah.
Stick around on my day one names. No new names. No new names. No new names.
Well, this has been great, guys. I'll let you guys hold it down, but I've had a really good time. What is the
It's always a
topic for?
pleasure to have you. Next
Thank you.
topic. Next topic next stream will be a fun stream. We'll be talking about our favorite. Actually, you know what? Now we're speaking about female character designs. That's what will be happening next Tuesday. We'll be talking about our favorite female character designs, both hero and villain. So, guys,
Okay.
get some images up if you will.
Oh,
Or at
before I
least
go,
recommend me some designs so I can look them up and get some images ready so that we can share screen and talk about those designs and why we like those designs.
Hmm.
one question before I go. I wanted to ask you guys: Is Loki really a villain? What category does he fall in? Because I feel like now they're treating him like he's a hero. I always thought he was a villain,
In the
like a
case of
Well,
secret villain
yeah, in the
he's
of
case of
Loki.
Professor, it's the trickster villain.
he's a trickster. And the best way to explain a trickster in terms of say like Dungeons and Dragons, he would be like maybe chaotic neutral, or I mean, technically it's a mix between chaotic good and chaotic evil. More or less a wild card, if you will, a wild card character that's in it for themselves, but you don't really know what the motivation that drives that particular character to do what he does. Obviously, there's an ulterior motive, but you don't. I mean, obviously he's doing it for the betterment of the team, but you don't really know his motive until maybe the third part of a three-act film, if you will.
So, where does Loki fall in that? Because they're
Honestly, I was to say
I would say
honestly,
neutral.
in terms
okay.
of WandaVision, now that they've opened up this door with Wanda, honestly, I think it's going to be more or less since Loki is a character out of time, if you will, outside of the time stream now, because he escaped with that version of the Tesseract. It's more or less, I'm thinking they're going to have to or he's going to have to reset timelines, if you will, and almost be like a Doctor Who character. So the fact that he's a trickster allows him to do that, because if he's inherently good, then he's not going to want to take on the task of fixing something where people might be affected, either for better or for worse. And he's definitely not evil, because then he would more or less be doing it for his own ends.
Oh, and I was just wondering because it just seems
Yeah.
now with his own show, and I have nothing against Tom Hiddleston's performance, but I can't figure out what he is. Is he somebody I should root for, or should it be someone that I need to look out for? So I was just
Um,
wondering, since we're talking villains.
depends on this series because at the very end, he in the comics he finds a way to have his name stricken from the book that Hela has in the underworld, and therefore he is able to come back to the world of the living, and that's how you get Kid Loki. So, I mean, if we are getting new Avengers, which seems to be probably the most likely and the most inclusive and diverse storyline, if you will, then that's probably what they're gonna go with. Is that he's not inherently bad, he's not inherently good, but you need to be able to empathize for him because he got dealt a really bad deck of cards because Thor. You know,
Oh God.
Deal. So,
Hmm.
so
I
yeah, he's an
see.
underdog
That's
basically. So just
I
not
never
written
took
as
him.
an underdog.
I never see him as that, but I guess we'll see what the show does with him. But I always took it as now taking the bad guy and making him the good guy.
Well, that's kind of like what they're doing with Wanda. I mean, Wanda just never seems to get a break in the comics. I mean, she's constantly tormented. I mean, in WandaVision, you saw how her magic kind of rose up to kind of protect her from her own grief, and how you get some of these people on these streams saying, "Oh, well, it was Wanda all along," and they're trying to not paint Wanda as a jerk. It's the thing about what happened in Westfield was, it's is once she figured out what had happened because she went as far as to reject her own persona so she could actually step into the dream, if you will, or step into the reality that was being built around her. All those people that say, "Oh, we were feeling your madness, we were feeling your grief." Well, it's like, yeah, the hex was born out of grief, but at the same time, when she was trying to tell people, "Hey, it'll be fine, you're fine," she really did genuinely mean it, because at the very end of it, it was her, I don't want to say fantasy, but it was her reality made real, and in her eyes, she only really wanted what was best for people. But just like that tenant, the road to evil is paved with good intentions. That's kind of what chaos magic brings. It's like, and being the guardian of chaos magic, it's anytime you use it, you're opening a door to something even more sinister or less worse. So
Oh, I see. Well, thank you. As someone said, thank you for the explanation. I see. I'll I'll just have to see because with Loki, I'm torn. I'm stuck on this. Now the bad guy is the hero and Thor is the nobody. But I I don't know. Not to say I don't
well,
like the way Tim Henson plays the character, but I'm wondering the thin line between what is good is what is bad is being made very thin lately. So that's why
yeah,
I just
They
yeah.
thought
want
Like
the
Loki.
spotlight on the villain in
yeah,
that
one of these
regard.
days we'll sit down and we'll talk about these heroes, especially the feminine ones, and especially Wanda, because that's going to directly impact everybody with the next phase of the MCU. So yeah, there's a whole discussion to be had just on that one topic. So
Right. Well, thank you for that. On that note, gentlemen, I will bow out. It's been great,
All right.
and as
okay,
always, so thank you for allowing me to be here. But I must do some before it gets too dark. So
Right, right.
you guys continue, and thank you so much, and I will see you soon.
all right,
Sure.
sounds good.
Thank you. All right. Have a good evening, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
See you later, Lady of Valor. Uh, Next comment will be Neil Starr, and he says a lot of modern writers are narcissistic as hell. They just have to project themselves on characters in some form or another. And he continues with, if a character has something in common with them, whether good or evil, that character will always be in the right. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Trooper?
I don't know. That can be very subjective. It depends, and it just depends on the point of view of either the viewer or the reader. I mean, it's like, we'll use a very generic example as far as like Darth Vader, because everyone knows who Darth Vader is. Um, there are some people that want Darth Vader to achieve his goals. As far as uh, bringing order to the galaxy, basically bringing order to chaos, if you will. And of course, there are some readers that definitely want to see Vader redeemed, and we do get that of sorts uh, in Return of the Jedi. Me personally, like I said in the chat before, Empire was my favorite film because you see the Empire at its pinnacle point of power, and it's just like with modern day society. It starts out with people wanting eh, people wanting to do good in spite of what they're actually doing is bad, and you see a lot of it just going into our modern culture as well, like it's seeping in. But you got to remember, it starts in the universities, and then these people take jobs as writers and graphic artists and stuff like that, and yeah, they start putting themselves into the story, because most, like I said, literary art, as far as a career, it's a dead end now. So what you see is, you see these writers substituting art, if you will. If I'm trying to think of a good piece of art, I'll say Tolkien's Silmarillion as a
Yeah.
piece of art. If we look at it, if we look at it from a art perspective and what it tries to convey and where it takes its elements from, it is a beautiful piece of art. But you don't have writers that can emulate that. And as Americans, we've lost a lot of our art. You don't hear about American romanticism. You don't hear when has America been known in the art world for, say, paintings, like or the American film or the American comic book? No, you hear about other pieces of art from other regions of the world. So what happens is these authors start putting themselves in it because they're living out their fantasy, which is, there's nothing wrong to it if you're telling a good story. But most often these people do not know how to write a narrative. So
No. No, they don't. Okay. Fiona Wolf says, I bet progressives are horrified that I put women in uplift protocol concerning they see babies as viruses that invade a woman's body. How is your book coming along? Because you've been posting and posting about it, and it seems like you've been writing like crazy, Fiona. And I hope you do get some success from that book.
well,
A lot of us has to.
pregnancy is oppression. You got to remember. You got to remember. You can use abort, and I'm not going to put my political views on anybody. But I mean, right now, abortion is being sold as birth control to not just one
Mm-hmm.
segment of the population, but to a lot of demographics. Suddenly, it's okay to disassemble a human in the womb. So, it's the problem is they sell abortion as a right, not a privilege. If you were to call it abortive privilege, females have abortive privilege, which technically is true, because when you throw out propaganda slogans like "my body, my choice," you're basically cutting out 50% of the population by saying that men or male heroes, you know, because superheroes in our comic books have had offspring, but you're saying that men no longer have a dialogue in the discussion of of whether conceiving another person is something that they want. I mean, gosh, if we're talking about superhero children, and we're talking about, I'm trying to think. I don't want to hit Teen Titans, but I mean, it's abortion. What it does is it culls a demographic. It really does, and it allows promiscuity to be commonplace, and that's what you see from a lot of these militant feminists. You know, in terms, even in the graphic film, where yeah, you can look at me, but you can't touch. Okay, well that's fine, but I can't talk to you either because my opinion doesn't matter to you. So, putting pregnant characters into the comic book is almost new and unheard of now. You don't even see it at all, hardly.
Yeah. Sorry.
Mm, no, you're fine.
The hell does that even mean, Crunk? But he has a comment that I want to dig into real quick. He said, "When I was in school, abortion was the last line of pregnancy prevention. Now it seems the first. Now it's the first. It seems."
Oh well, yeah, it's stunning and brave. And girls can have a penis as well. And if you don't like girl penis, then you're the sexist,
You're the
istophobe.
Antichrist.
Yes, yes, basically, more or less.
Fiona Wolf giving us a quick update. She says, "Plus getting covers commissioned for each omnibus cover as well, and internal art for the main releases when the series is done. Old Khan is a really good artist in by biased opinion. Nice, good job, congratulations." Oh, one of these before this year is out, I have to buy the books from people I like Ishii, RJ with his Thomas Valiant, Fiona with her uplift protocol. Even if I don't
Mhm.
put it like this, guys, even if I don't read them, at least I'm putting money in your pocket. I will say that I will literally put money in your pocket just to buy your book, just to let you know you have my support for your your creativity, your creative goal, and your creative journey. Like let it be known the wolf got your back in the financial when whatever you guys decide to put out. It's just I gotta get my financials
Well,
priorities
yeah,
straight.
what it comes down to is supporting the content creators, writers, graphic artists that are actually putting out meaningful content. Because if you don't, you'll see less. Um, and,
Hmm.
and whether you're buying the book or not, it's getting the word out. Sharing, liking, subscribing. $5 to a Patreon or a PayPal.me or that kind of stuff. And really getting away from giving money to big big
People
production
that
house.
hate you.
Yeah, basically like Disney. If you're gonna cut out Disney, that means everything, including the MCU. So, I mean, as far as me watching WandaVision, Disney Plus did not get a penny of my money for me to watch it. I just needed to see it so I would be able to have, I would be able to have
Be a
something.
rebel.
Well, that
Be
too,
a
but
rebel.
being able to have an insight on it whenever I had a question asked of me, on YouTube or whatever platform, hey, what'd you think about this? So,
Yeah,
yeah,
so loud.
yeah, what is it? Simuli, what is it? Olkey is saying digital can be taken away, and that is very correct. I mean, the moment they put their content behind a paywall, all and it happened with me with Amazon. I tend to buy music all the time, but I don't buy entire albums. I'll buy like one song here, one song there. Um, it was a while ago, it wasn't current, but a lot of my music
Hmm.
catalog was completely wiped, and I happened to have all the email confirmations, and I had to contact Amazon, and be like, hey, all my songs are gone. Here's my email. The lady got it, and she literally reinstated it into my account, except maybe one song, which was a French song, and the French licensing rights had expired on it. So if I didn't download it already, I was already out of that dollar, if you will.
Matt Newey says, "All I know is today's writers seem to only relate to the character that's clearly in the wrong." What's your take on that one?
Well, it's more or less, it's going back to a previous point, what is considered wrong, back to something I had said to Donovan before, ethics versus morals. You know,
Yeah, go
there,
in depth with that real quick for the
um,
people in the back.
ethics versus moral. Well, what you're seeing, no, honestly, what you're seeing is you're seeing philosophy more or less substituting for a religious institution. Now, that doesn't mean that you need to be a part of a religious institution or have or actually, you know what, you are the perfect example. Knowing what your background is,
Hmm.
you have a set of morals and moral psychology. If we really want to get into this, I didn't really want to talk about moral psychology because I wasn't prepared, but
Go ahead. No,
moral
no, go ahead.
psychology says that regardless throughout human history, morals m- have always been part of man's evolution. Like I said, stealing is bad. Doing the right thing is good. It's And ethics more or less tends to blur that line. Is it ethically good to do something bad if the outcome is a good result for the betterment of mankind? Um, and that line of thinking has really blurred into the work setting. And like I was telling Donovan before, when you get a new job, you don't get a code of morals. It's not like Code of Hammurabi, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You know, you get a code of ethics. And suddenly tattling on a coworker is seen as good behavior. Well, ethics would say, is it ethically right to tattle on a person if that person did the right thing by the customer, or is it wrong? I would say, given the fact that I tend to ascribe to a certain set of morals, I would say it's wrong. It would be wrong to tattle on someone, because at that point you open yourself to gossip. The moment you open yourself to gossip, you're taking whatever word either comes out of your mouth or someone else's is gospel. And I know using the word gospel, kind of implies a little bit more theism, but yeah, um, you don't necessarily need to have a religious institution to understand religion. And for those that are considered atheists, for at the very least, you recognize.
Elaborate, Mad Nui,
Yeah,
on
yeah.
that comment I just highlighted. Go ahead, continue, Trooper.
As far as atheism, I mean, atheism is seeking a different answer altogether. Like atheism has not, like
Exactly.
like an atheist has not found their meaning in religion, and that could be for several reasons. But moral of the story is, um, you don't have to have religion to understand it. And if you have chosen to reject modern religion, which honestly a lot of the modern religions now have become really diluted, and that's very sad, because big
Hey
church,
man, a woman.
a trans, big church, you know big church basically now says, in order to be a good Christian, in order to be a good follower of either of Christ or anything like that, you need to be able to roll over and be a good Christian. We don't hear about the vengeful God of the Old Testament. It's, like I've told people before, it's like, yeah, that's fine if you want to give people a second chance, but you were only given two cheeks. If you want to include the other two, you were only given four cheeks. And if you're going to give a person four passes or two passes, that's it. At one point, you have to say, stop, this is wrong, it needs to end. Um, it's,
to
yeah.
address Eloise Dotto.
Hmm.
I hear what you're saying, Trooper. It's good stuff. I'm really hearing what you're saying. It's really, really good stuff. She says, "Guys, I need some advice." And I know she's asking the rest of the people in the chat, but I'll address this right now. She says, "I need some advice. I'm trying to find a job right now, and I was thinking, should I publish trashy erotica under a pen name? Make it good."
It's got to be good, and it's got to be.
My advice to you is make it good. Like be the first good trashy erotica. Unlike
But
these slut peddlers that.
are we
But yeah,
talking
pen
like?
name.
Are we talking about like occult erotica, like as in, say, well, a bad example is Twilight for sure. But I mean, are we talking like Western erotica? In terms of, gosh, there were these really trashy, smutty novels. It's a
Like
series, but
Fabio.
no, nothing like that. It was meant to be more. It had more of a comic spin to it. I think
Right.
it was like I think it was EJ White, but there's a series out there called White Squaw. I only had like 3 or 4 books of it, and the title on the front of the cover is "Between a Rock and a Hard Place." You know, yeah, and erotica can be funny if it's done in a way that's not necessarily smutty, and there's a difference between smutty and trashy.
Or
If you
check this out. Be Druna and not 50 Shades.
Yeah, more or less.
Have,
As far as
have you heard of Druna, by the way?
no, no. I mean, I know 50 Shades, but
Bruh.
that's because every freaking chick at
Bruh.
work was freaking reading those
I read
books.
I read the entirety of that series, and I still don't know a darn thing about what was going on with that series, because it's porn with a plot.
Ugh, porn with a plot. That's
It,
terrible. That's terrible. I'm here to fix your
but it,
machine. Like it's like why is there even a story at this point? You know, Camille
but yeah,
Pat explored
it does a lot of.
more
I'm
hard.
saying it does a lot into philosophical mumbo jumbo and all that jazz, and it has some straight up mind what the effery happening here and there. There are moments where things just bad things happen to bad people and bad things happen to good people all equally.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there's a lot of sexual violence in it to be had.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say you all I'm saying is what I got from it was very entertaining to some degree. I just don't know if I can recommend this to anybody who has a you know I don't know. It's subjective what your take on how you feel about erotica stories. So this is to Eloise. Like all I'm saying is like if you're gonna do a trashy erotica, be like Druna.
Well,
Because at least with Druna, it doesn't come with the trashiness that most
well,
erotic comic books tend to be.
I mean, in the sense of art, okay, if we're looking at it from an art perspective, there is a big difference between erotica and smut. You know, erotica is meant to heighten the senses. It's meant to
Oh,
pique
I
your
seen Outlander.
curiosity. Like it, you know, erotica itself is meant to kind of string you along into darker places in the mind, but never really go there. It's meant to imply that, you know, within the pages of the book, you can kind of give yourself to the narrator, and the narrator is going to more or less take you through an event or an adventure that's going to be exciting and thrilling, but not forthright, um, graphic, if you will. Smut more or less implies more of a graphic narrative in terms of the words that are being used, and it's literally meant for you to be aroused to the point where you put the book down, then you come back 15 minutes later after you're done. But the problem with this kind of stuff is that what ends up happening is you can only go so far into erotica before you have to start touching different topics, because with the human mind being as curious as it is, you can only really touch one topic 2 or 3 times before your reading audience is like, well, I don't want to read this, it's just the same stuff I read before. But
Yeah,
in terms of jobs right now, there are jobs out there. The problem is the jobs that are out there are just the jobs people don't want to do. So I mean, there's always positions open for, say, security. Like as far as dispatchers, as far as dispatchers, the stream just got weird. Bro, you're like barely like not even 21, Sam. I don't want to hear it. So he's like barely hatched. It's like get a girlfriend and then ask her what the meaning is. But or boyfriend. Let me be inclusive, and or boyfriend.
I think you. I think I'm broken, dude. I think I need to be fixed,
Yeah.
and not in the dog way.
But yeah,
Okay. Let me collect myself. Let me collect myself real quick. Continue what you're saying. Oh goodness.
I was gonna say, in terms of jobs, there's jobs out there. Like as far as like being a dispatcher, that's a little tougher. You can usually get in, you know, into say like maybe warehouse companies or something like that are willing to take someone who just has, you know, customer service experience. But once you get to a certain level, like whether it be fire or whether it be law enforcement, they expect that you at least be able to type at least minimum between 30 and 60 words per minute. Also, most law enforcement, depending on the state that you're in, they'll actually, if you make the physical and you know hit your T's and dot your I's, they'll end up paying for most of that training. So I mean, 911 dispatchers usually make a decent amount of money versus an EMS dispatcher. A friend of mine actually used to work for an EMS company out here, And I will tell you, there's no real minimum wage when it comes to EMS. That's why EMS is kind of like a broken profession where they can literally pay you $8.50 an hour for what you do. So it's like at that point, it's like, why am I even doing this? Where if you go somewhere like King County in Washington, which I wouldn't go to Washington now because of the way things are politically,
Right.
you could easily make 25 to $27 an hour because the way their EMS system is set up there is uh, it's merged with fire and law enforcement. So it's more of a metropolitan department, if you will. But I don't know. It depends on your state. I mean, there's jobs out there. I mean, you got to remember a lot of these people don't want to go back to work. They're pretty much happy staying at home and getting unemployment. But if you want to remain a writer and that is one of your avenues, there's nothing that says that you can't do it. But
Live with the
look at it through a
take
lens
the
of
responsibility too
yeah.
that
Look
that
through
comes with it.
Yeah, look at the lens of say you're a writer and you're going to do smut. Okay, so let's say that you actually become a big writer within the next 10 years or something like that, and that you're hired to be a showrunner. You know, all that stuff is going to be available for people to see. They're going to see that. You have to be able to say, hey, you know what? I looked at it as art. And if you're going to do erotica, it has to be through an art lens. You can't do it through the garbage lens of just putting stuff out just to get people to buy it. It has to really have some quality to it, especially even if you're putting your pen name to it, because as a pilot once told me, whenever you sign your name to a piece of paper, that's your name, so it should mean something. So
Hmm.
yeah, so I mean, even as a pen name, whatever art you decide to put out there for the world to share, it should mean something to that person. And you'll know that you've hit the right chords when you get emails that say, hey, you know what, I read this stuff, it was really intriguing, I was having a real bad downturn in my life, and I read this stuff and it was like, you know what, there's stuff that I could be doing out there too. I could probably write stuff like this also. So I mean, you always want to inspire, even if we are touching stuff like erotica versus smut. It's, if you stay within the lens of what it's meant to do, as opposed to not filling your pockets with money, then you'll always succeed. So, you got any more chats up?
We do. I'm building up a banner real quick
Oh, okay.
because I think we're now we're pretty much in the 3 hour mark. I guess we can do some fun talk now
Yeah, if you want.
since we're on the subject of should you do erotica.
Well, like I said,
Well,
it's it's subjective. I
Well,
mean, if
yeah.
like, you got to remember, like, these governors have put people in such a bind with their politically driven lockdowns that, I mean, if that's your avenue right now to literally feed your family, then that's what you're going to do. um, I'm not saying that somehow it debases you by producing that kind of stuff, but at the same time, if it's just meant for fun, then take it for what it is. Then it's just fun. It's not meant to be anything more than that. You're not putting any subversive messaging in it. You're not.
Hmm.
Yeah, you're not literally
And
telling people, "Hey, it's okay to riot." So
yeah, I think. Well, who would think about writing if they're whacking one off while reading your stuff? I mean,
well, I
come
mean,
on now. I
well,
joke. I joke.
I was gonna say, I was gonna say, if it's some form of race play graphic art novel that where Nubia is at the subject of of Captain at Captain Hardboard. It's like she's oppressed by the man. It's like, and you get a lot of that. Even in news narratives too, where people are oppressing people, and it's okay to assault someone.
Eloise, the fact that you thought about it really does show a sense of higher thinking intelligence. Like you raise a really interesting question. Should you is Araka in the market now, considering that people rather want most some people, not most, some people would rather stay at home and maybe read something online. If you decide to put your Raka online, that there could be a market there, or at least some attention focus there. So I, if you're able to write something that's more of an interesting story than just somebody that just skip to let's get right into get into the the juicy stuff, if you will.
Well, it's more like, is it Anne Rice or is it Daniel Steele? That's what it really comes down to. I mean, if we're doing
Yeah.
comparative, it's because that's literally what it was. I mean, Interview with a Vampire was to be able to see into a mind of a monster, with a little bit of
Hmm.
with a little bit of skin here and there, but I mean, it was never smut. So
And another question is, are you writing it or are you doing it as a graphic novel? Because those are two different things.
yeah, and there's a certain stylized way you would do it in a graphic novel too.
I like Matt New's comment here. I mean, there's free porn everywhere, but but people are willing to pay money for it for some reason.
Well, see, and that's the thing. Yeah, pornography is something completely different. I mean, pornography is more or less meant to rot your brain. I mean,
Yeah.
it's when we talk about pornography versus smut versus erotica, I mean, those are all three separate things. I mean, pornography being the graphic, literally the act itself. Erotica being implications of the act, as how the feminine hero, delicately, picked up the flute of champagne and gently placed it on her lips, versus the smut, like freaking Daniel Steele Palomino, and he felt my tight pants. There's a difference. Like, there is a very there's varying degrees, if you will. So
Oh, I read them, Fiona. I read them. Eloise says she's writing it. No, she's not writing. She wants to write it instead of turn to a graphic novel. Yeah, you have to be very descriptive with your prose on that
yeah,
one. Take it from what Kat said one time when I was in her stream about erotica and all that stuff. Uh, Take her advice. She says it's all about her,
yeah,
the woman. The
yeah. It
you gotta
is.
write.
It
You
is
gotta write for the
because
female.
yeah, because that's the market that's buying it. I mean,
Yeah. Just
dudes,
know that's the audience you need to market it towards,
yeah,
not
dudes go
dudes.
straight to porn. I mean, why bother with all the nuances? Of how she gently picked up the flute and put it up to her satin lips. So, but
Hey, I like the nuance.
well, there are dudes that do like that stuff, but I mean, there's what's sad is that there's actual genres for it.
Yeah, yeah, like a
Vampire romance, werewolf romance, like my used bookstore that
a
finally
bear
closed down.
romance.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
guys got
There's a used bookstore that finally closed down due to COVID, um, because just being out here in Nevada, I will tell you that there's a lot of bad things rolling down our way here in Nevada. But that was one of the stores that was affected by COVID. Finally, had to more or less try to sell the rest of the inventory via internet, and that's what's happening right now. But even that bookstore owner had a vampire erotica, a werewolf erotica, and I'm like, really? I'm like,
hmm
this is what we've really gone to now? Like, she literally had a smut section, and I'm like, oh, that's terrible. I'm like, she's really hurting for money if she's taking smut now as used books. So
Yeah, I mean, speaking of
paranormal romance
which,
is flooded. It
n-
is. It is.
I mean, we were talking about villains all day, and how we say villains do what they can to survive, right? I wouldn't label her as a villain, but like, in fairness, if I want to be fair, she was doing she does what she can to save her business, right?
Yep. Yep. Yeah,
I
and
mean, it's
that's
sad that has to come down to it, but
yeah.
that's just
Yeah. Again, it's are you forsaking the moral standard for an ethical standard? Is it moral to sell smut, or is it ethical to keep your business in business? So What book do I recommend? I don't own any smut. I am telling you, I don't own any smut. I don't own any erotica. I wouldn't know where to point you in that. Or,
Ah,
you would, I would say read Interview with a Vampire.
yeah,
Read some Anne Rice. Like,
yeah. Th- to get
not, not,
get your
yeah,
foot in the door,
yeah,
or at least get your feet wet.
not so much that it's considered erotica per se, but the nuances that go on in that book. There's a
Hmm.
lot of nuance, and you can literally borrow a lot of nuance for your genre that you're looking to get into, because that's what it is. It's nuance. It's the implication that some excitement's around the corner, and that goes with any
Maybe
thriller
a
film
song of
too.
ice and fire.
Yeah, like and it goes for, well, even Game of Thrones did that. I mean, like, what's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? Like,
Hmm.
mind you, it wasn't necessarily erotica, if you will, but it was more of how would I put it? It was more.
It just happens to be there in a
I would
way.
I would say it was a battle of the fittest, or or survival by evolution, if you will. So it's kind of what we saw happen in the last administration. Where people were just
Calm
flying
down,
out the door.
Fiona. We
They
get
were
it.
flying out the door.
Anita Blake is trash. We get it. Calm down. She's just going to town on what's that chick's name that wrote these Laurel K. Hamilton, I think her name was,
I don't
that
pay.
wrote the Anita Blake series. Help
I
me
don't.
out here, Fiona, since
I
you're
don't
the
pay attention to that
aficionado.
stuff.
Ooh, Victoria Backball has a question
Huh.
that I want to answer. Who's your favorite female villain and why?
I can tell you, it's not Cruella.
Yeah.
It's not Cruella. Female villain and why? Hmm. I'd have to think. Because there's not necessarily one that sticks out, because most oftentimes, like, the female villain is more of a plot device than the actual book itself.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we're looking at Great Expectations, Miss Havisham isn't really a villain. Like, Miss Havisham was a bride left at the altar, and literally, more or less, kept that snapshot in time frozen to the point where, an entire house was dedicated to not moving forward. You know, and literally just had her life at a standstill.
I would say Jadis, the White Queen from Narnia.
You could. I mean, you could. I mean,
No,
uh,
that's one of my favorite female villains.
yeah, like in terms of like the graphic novel and stuff like that, like I said, you don't see a lot of female villains. You just don't. I mean, you
Or the
see,
Grand High Witch from
yeah, from the
The
witches.
Witches.
Yeah, but again, I mean, we're talking like 1980s right there. It's like,
I think that's what she means. I think that's what she's at. What Victoria Fabal is asking. It's like period. What were our favorite?
like,
I don't think that there's any. I don't think she's asking for like currently or stuff like that.
um, gosh, I guess it would have to be in that mid 90s, early 90s like period, going back to Mrs. Coulter from the Golden Compass. You
Mm.
know, you know, her main reason for being evil was more or less to save her child, if you will, in the first book. And then we obviously moved from that somewhat. But I mean, she's presented as this, beautiful archetype of a woman. And even I probably want to say the best version of that character
Let me
was
let me push pause there real quick. Eloise, you did nothing wrong. This is what happens when we hit the near 3 hour mark, or at least the near 4 hour mark. People start dropping out after a while. You did nothing wrong.
yeah, because we're past the 3 hour mark. I mean, we're going on close to 3 hours, 30 minutes.
As a matter of fact, this has been the most spontaneous view count I got since streaming this stuff. I mean,
Really?
last yeah, well, normally I would get like three to not three, 4 to 5, maybe 6 watchers. But today it kept fluctuating from 11 to 10 back and forth.
Well,
That's how crazy it was.
that's what I keep saying. It's, if you keep generating content, at one point the algorithm starts suggesting your channel. So I mean, that kind of takes a while, and you really have to have a commitment to be able to do something like this. Like, our community is pretty small, and it's really it's more of a small group for a small group. But what ends up happening is the more content you generate, and I don't want to say the better you get, because that's not necessarily true. What ends up happening is the more videos you have, the more the algorithm is likely to recommend your channel.
Hmm.
Like
And
if
I'm
you
gonna
watch
take Sound
Professor,
Engravers. Yeah,
huh?
I'm gonna take Sound Engravers advice too to bring in some also what she like to call it, or do you come to Sound Engravers streams by any chance?
No, no, no.
She calls it
Um,
fixed content. That's what I'm trying to bring in some fixed content,
well,
like share
it's
some
it,
videos here and
it
there.
it's more or less you find your niche and you stick to it.
Hmm.
But there are a
That
lot of
too.
YouTubers. There are a lot of YouTubers that do all sorts of different things, but as they kind of start getting a little bit more into their stride, they find what works for them and they stick to that. Like, like I do have a lot of stuff in common with Sound Engraver. I mean, she's got two violists right now that she's teaching, and I'm a cellist, so that's why I've picked on her the few times that I've come across her. But I mean, in terms of the compositions that I like, Eastern European composers, which if I were to say that to anyone that was actually paying attention, they'd be like, oh my gosh, you're a nationalist. I'm like, no, you have to realize where the music was being generated and what region of Europe it was being generated from. Just
Right.
because I happen to like stuff like Rachmaninoff doesn't mean that, oh, you're a white nationalist, and that kind of stuff. But
Who gave him that idea? I wonder.
well, here's the
Who?
thing. Like a lot of people aren't. I don't want to sound snooty, or I don't want to sound like I'm kind of like, you know, you know, kind of like
Bro,
looking
speak
down
freely.
at the masses.
Man, speak freely. Just speak freely. Remember, you have a black man protecting you.
Nah, I mean, I would have had to prepare for like the music thing, but like in terms of say classical music, there was more or less two schools of music right around the time that we started diverging from classical into different periods. You had Franz Liszt, and you also had composers like Rachmaninoff versus more classic composers like Bach. So what ended up happening is the a lot of the impressionist stuff did not take hold in Western Europe. Some would argue that oh well, music evolved in Western Europe. Well, to me, no, it didn't involve it. Music itself started becoming more impressionistic in Eastern Europe, and you'll see it in some of the late Soviet composers too. But in some aspects, I mean, when the USSR was what it inevitably became, and then subsequently fell. Prior to that, when things started becoming more constrained, most of these composers, the only way for them to have an outlet was their music. So the music became
Hmm.
yeah the music became how they communicated with the rest of the world, and you can hear the somberness in it, you can hear the sorrow in it. As far as the tempos obviously are you know different from what you saw in Western Europe. So
How do you describe Amadeus's music then?
I'm not a big fan, not a big fan. Like I said, I
Oh
like all the
wow.
like I said, I like all the Eastern European stuff. That's where
Okay.
that's where a lot of the creativity really came in. So
No, I'm just thinking about history buffs take on the movie Amadeus and hearing about the wild stuff that he did while composing. You
Eloise
know.
says, "Remember, guys, uh, talked about America lacking great known American novel. Doesn't Lovecraft count though?" Lovecraft is very niche. I would
Mm-hmm.
say um, the thing with okay, so how many writers did Lovecraft inspire since then? Are we known for the are we known for the American sitcom? Are we known for the American drama? Are we known for the American horror genre? Are we known for we're not really known for anything really. I mean, we churn out content. I mean, we're known for we're known for the MCU because that happened over a decade. But I mean,
Mm-hmm.
in terms of like literary content, what new books are out there that are taking the political world or just the mainstream world by storm?
I
You
mean,
know,
what got Japan into doing the kaiju genre? We did. We
hmm
inspired them with King Kong.
hmm
It is because of King Kong why they made Godzilla. At
yeah,
least
but is
why one such director made Godzilla. Specifically as an allegory to the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki as cautionary tale specifically.
but
Go
but
ahead.
but is King Kong a purely American brand, or has it become a more international brand, just like Star Wars?
I
Like,
would say it's international.
yeah, and
You're
see, and
right on
see
that
that,
in that regard.
yeah, and see that's a point I'm trying to drive is that we're not known for something or a particular genre or a particular style of art being just implicitly American. That the moment you see it, that's American. Um,
Hmm.
sort of like Norman Rockwell art, if you will. Norman Rockwell, oh, that's America when I see it. We're not seeing that in postmodernism at all. What we're seeing
Let me look
is,
that up real quick.
yeah. See, Jordan Peterson keeps Soviet propaganda paintings in his home to see what happens to the art over time. He's seeing the propaganda fading away, but the art is staying. Yeah, that's actually very true. Um, and I
That's a
actually
brilliant man
and I
right
actually
there.
like some of that stuff too, because you got to remember a lot of that Soviet propaganda art really doesn't inspire the imagination. It's not, you could look at it as, okay, it is propaganda, but does it inspire your mind? Like, okay, in terms of music, a lot of the images that you see with Soviet Wave, like if you guys go onto YouTube or whatever and start listening to Soviet Wave, like a lot of the images that are
This is
used,
amazing stuff he's done. Norman Rockwell.
yeah, yeah. I think Camille Paglia said, what was it? It died. Was it art died with Warhol? And the moment a Campbell soup can could be put on a canvas, and I happen to agree. That's when postmodernism really killed American art. So, but yeah, if you look at Norman Rockwell, what you see is you see the nuclear family, you see smiles, you see the colors themselves are very bright, or they're very yellow, if you will, to kind of be evocative of a memory that you may have once had but don't remember. They're meant to evoke a period of, when as a country we were younger, we were more naive, we were open to bigger, more expansive ideas. So
Yeah,
yeah,
true.
yeah, what Proctor said,
Totally true.
he was an inspiration for Alex Ross. um, the Western isn't the American movie. Honestly, if you look at the American movie as being the MCU, then yes. But do we really want to be known for fast food trash action comic films? I mean, I wouldn't say that all of the MCU was trash, but definitely Captain Marvel, because Captain Marvel served to put up a political agenda where we're going as a nation, if you will. We've chosen that the second culture will be the dominant culture, more or less,
Hmm.
because we haven't done anything to suppress the second culture in terms of maybe Section 230, or in terms of tackling the problem at the university level, dealing with these equity and also the inclusion boards. We don't deal with any of that. Title IX has been very, very toxic to these universities, to where if as a professor, you can't say anything that might offend a student, because they can go ahead and put in a Title IX complaint, and then these boards start investigating everything. I mean, they're looking for any excuse to toss you out, because you don't tell the narrative. So,
You might as well be a private instructor.
Hmm.
at this point.
But yeah, if we're talking about impressionism, uh,
Impressionism.
yeah, if we're talking about that, then early American impressionism for me would be Norman Rockwell. So even though it's Coca Cola, I mean, again, that's something that you would equate with something being American, if you will.
Okay. Fiona says, I hate that people think Superman is the same as Captain Boreface Sue Marvel.
Well, look at it this way, Fiona Wolf. It's like they can't tell the difference between Captain Marvel and Shazam, so that should worry you even more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like DC would love nothing more than to get the Captain Marvel name back. That's never going to happen. It's just not. So you're always going to have Shazam, and you're always going to have, Carol
I
Danvers
want to
as
call him
Captain.
Captain Lightning or something, or Captain Thunder,
I don't even mind Shazam.
or
Shazam
or
kind of has a
or
quirkiness.
or, or Captain Marvelous.
Captain Marvelous. She is not marvelous. You call her
No, I'm
marvelous.
talking about Billy Batson, Captain Marvelous. At least, like you can't copyright Marvelous. You haven't copyright Marvelous,
Well, if
or
you were to say maybe like well, Marvelous
or
has
Captain
more.
Magnificent, or Captain
Marvelous
Magnanimous.
Marvelous has more of a
They could have me in that idea room. I'm sorry.
Marvelous has more of a female gendered
Well,
connotation.
why is she? You know what?
So,
Why couldn't
so,
she be marvelous?
so if you were to say the marvelous Shazam, it's not striking. It's how we've seen titles over the years as the spectacular Spider-Man or
Mm-hmm.
the uncanny Avengers, that kind of stuff.
The invincible Iron Man, or the
Exactly.
Almighty Thor.
Exactly, and that's something Ironheart does not achieve. I mean, they
Nope,
literally built
she's
it
not
into the name.
invincible.
They built it into the name to kind of give her quality of being aspirational, but there's nothing aspirational from appropriating someone's tech and then calling yourself, I'm the new Iron Man. What was it? I think I told someone the other day. I'm like, they literally,
I'm the new Iron Man. You got to deal with it.
nah, me, yeah, let's go, Mama's house. But I still have to see that film. Uh,
Am I still channeling an evil laugh, Sam Proctor, since you like to make a point of that?
I, I forget what it's called. It's either called Mama or something like that. But that actress,
Mammy?
yeah, that actress was also in the first Spider-Man. Like, she's the chick at the desk who takes Peter Parker's name when he like enrolls himself into the cage fight. So
Oh yeah, Fat
yeah,
Mammy.
yeah, that one.
Oh, that was Olivia. That was Octavia Spencer actually.
Okay, yeah. So
From she's in a lot of movies, but of course from The Help to yeah, Mom. You're talking about Mama, not
yeah,
Mama, but Ma.
yeah, that one
That
where it's like
Bloomhouse
where it's like this like
slasher thriller
well, I don't know what
where she's all
I don't know what a black Karen would be like, but she's
that's
basically I don't
yeah
well, I don't know if it would be like well, I don't know what you call a black Karen, but anyway, it's basically a black Karen who's
ghetto trash
yeah, it's
mostly.
basically a Karen who's stalking, you know, this dude, and she's basically more or less using, the kids to get to that dude, and she's having like a party house and that kind of stuff. It's like,
Yeah, yeah, I saw. Yeah, she's got the mind of a she almost got the mind of a teenager actually too.
well, yeah, that's the
I
other thing
think.
too. I mean, you know, with all sorts of, impressionism, aspirational heroes, and stuff like that, it's meant to grow the human mind. It's meant to give you a sense of optimism that you too, will have a good ending to your story, whatever your story is right now. Whether you're watching this stream
Melissa,
or you just
all thing I can
got
say to you, sorry, Trooper, but Melissa, all thing I can say. All thing I can say to you is keep to the classics. Step away from the from all that stuff because that's not going away anytime soon yet. At least until we can
well,
we can continue to provide alternatives for the
Well,
masses, I
like I've said
guess.
before, like I've said before, and you got to take it to heart, Melissa Harris. That stuff is not for you. It's not for me, and it's not for Wolf. It's literally meant for a specific demographic who actually watches that stuff. We just happen to be the people that, if we want to see it, we need to pay the $14, and if not, we don't care for your money, because these studios right now definitely are getting their income from foreign countries, and guess what, they can still push agenda as much as they want for a while. So I mean,
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna be stuck in that bubble until the money dries out. So like I've said before, it's like you got to spend your money like you would with any vote. It's got to be for someone who wants you as a reader or as an audience, or values your input. Because you got to remember, like, for was it and I look at everything through presidential terms, because those tend to really set the trend for the rest of the country. If we go back
I've
to
seen that
Superman,
short, by the way, Donovan.
yeah, if we go,
Shazam and Superman versus Black Adam.
mhm.
Go ahead.
That's one of the ones I really want to get. But going back to this stuff, like, you used to see a lot of comment sections in a lot of these, websites, whether they be major news
Forums.
outlets or not. Yeah, yeah. And most oftentimes, you go there to read the opinions to see if you're not the only one taking crazy pills, and you find out that the consensus tends to be more with where you're at, and they shut that down completely. Like, most news sites don't even have a comment section anymore. And
Mm-hmm.
it's the same way with Disney and stuff like that. I mean, unless you're a stockholder, the most that you might be even be able to attain is getting a position in the stock call and being able to ask Bob Chapek, "Hey, when are you going to fire Kathleen?" So, but like I said before, back in the day,
He ain't gonna do that.
you would write a very no, 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 no. This is exactly where they're going, and they're not straying away from it. And it's very disheartening to watch these other new, I don't want to call them news channels, but they technically are. I mean, call yourself a YouTuber or not, I mean, you're an influencer basically. But
Mm-hmm.
it's sad to see some of these
Wait, I
influencers
influence people?
really.
No, I kidding.
You don't count. Who we're talking about. So there's some major influencers out there that are more than willing to pop out content,
Keep
because
talking. I'll be
guess
right back.
what? Ad revenue. Yeah, yeah. So I mean, we're talking about ad revenue. It's whether you want to call it hopium or not. They're selling an entire segment of people who love the graphic novel, who like the films, onto the fact that there might be a glimmer of hope that things might change, whether that be within Marvel, whether that be within Lucasfilm, whether that be within the comic book industry. And you got to remember, like, a lot of where the money comes from is from top donors, and they pretty much are pleasing their top donor base. The fact that you buy the comic or you buy the film means nothing to them, because the moment that you've walked out the store with the product, they've already made their money. So, but yeah, like Fiona Wolf says, so save your money at least, and you should. That's it's your money is
All
better
right, I'm back.
spent. Oh, okay. Your money is better spent, either investing in your own education, as far as if you want to further yourself as a writer, or if you want to donate to a museum to preserve your favorite art piece. That's the best way to spend it. Um, but yeah, like, and you're also going to see it too. Like, you're going to see the graphic novel art also change, um, because that in itself is its own genre. When you buy a comic book, initially you're buying it for the art, because you don't know who Spider-Man is, or you don't know who Phoenix is, or you don't know who the X-Men are. What grabs you is the art. And then as you go through
Right.
page through page through page, the art is what sticks out. And what you're going to see is a lot of the art's starting to change. It's becoming, I don't want to say dumbed down, because that's not what it is. It's not meant
Become
to
lazy, if anything,
it's not meant to
for some
inspire
degree.
anymore. It's not meant to inspire anymore. And if you're not getting their social agenda out of it, then obviously you must be a lowbrow reader, if you will. The whole, like, even the color palettes are changing. They're not as bright. They're not as optimistic. They're subdued. So
Sarah Parker says, you did influence the chat in changing their opinion on the professor giving the droid to the clingy woman in Qatar." For those who are not in the know, to give context, or at least for those who play Kotor, you guys know what that quest is. I'm pretty sure you know, right, Trooper?
Yeah, I wasn't on that stream, but I know which one because I've played through the game.
So like I was just like every time he brought up the droid mission, I kept telling him destroy the droid, and he's all like, why would you want to destroy the droid? The droid has a right to a life. Yeah, but if you destroy the droid, the woman can move on to the guy next door. But ultimately, he chose to spare the droid and bring it back to the master. And I was like, I was just giving him grief for it. Obviously, I was giving him grief, but like they were like a lot of people were giving me grief about destroying the droid because like that's one of the big choices. But there, I could have sworn I could be misremembering or maybe I must be imagining things, but I could have sworn you could trick the game into in a way that where you can spare the droid, but you can tell the woman that the droid died, and she moves on to the person that the droid still goes to live. And I think to do that, you can walk away from the droid, tell the woman that the droid is still missing. You couldn't find them. Maybe it locks you out of the quest or something like that, or maybe she don't move on. But I could have sworn you could tell the droid that I could just lie to her and say that you perished, and then she'll move on anyways.
It's like,
but I always destroy.
Yeah.
I was like, because I was going through this with Owen Lister. I was like, well, I like seeing droids explode in this game, so I destroy the droid anyways. And they were ragging on me, telling me, "Are you mechas or are you droidists?" I'm like, preposterous. I was like, preposterous. There are some acceptable droids that I'm cool with. Just some that don't have a right to stick around.
Non-effective droid.
And basically, by the time he made the decision, I'm like, I put in the comments saying, my inner wolf is disappointed. Is disappointing you. No. What I said was, I am showing you my disappointed wolf face. Wolf glare, and he's like, but look, and it's funny because he was like kind of like as he was going through the motions, right? Because everybody now knows the story behind why I kept telling him like no, let the droid destroy the droid and just let the woman just move on. But like the more they get the story from why you would want to do that because of the lady who lost her husband.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she started seeing more in the droid, and even there's a line that says she's to the point where she even touches me in ways that you could not believe. And he says, "What kind of ways?" and he says, "You do not want to know."
The
and
L337 what type of ways? Yeah.
And Owen, like let me get this straight. Is he implying that she sexually harassed the droid? And I was like, and I jumped in. I was like, yep.
Yeah.
And he's like, I changed my mind. Kill the droid. Everybody was everybody was all on let the droid live, bring it back to the master. And now everybody started changing their mind, saying, no, kill the droid. I was like, yep, exactly my point. But like once that was done, all said and done, I was like, well, you could feel comfortable calling me a mechanist, but I can feel comfortable calling you a proper proponent of droid enslavement.
Well, that's like there's a commercial out there, you know, and it's such a inconsequential brand of dog food that I don't remember, but it's commercial. I think I've seen it on YouTube as well, where it's an older lady and they show her and her husband, and the dog looks like her husband, and I'm like, so you're basically telling women that they should replace the white male with a dog, and you're going to get the same type of affectation from a dog as you would from a male. I'm like, all right, that's fine. So, yeah, it's the same thing with that storyline. It's like the character starts seeing more human characteristics in it. Now, the implication of there being more harassment towards the droid is strongly implied, but then freaking Disney takes something like that and runs with it, you know, in freaking, you know, in Solo with L337, and it's like, really? I'm like, are we really going there? Like, why are we
in Star Wars, no less?
Yeah, why are we
I can see
that into actual canon? Or Disney canon, if you will. So
Yeah, that was I when they kept going on about that in the tabloids, I'm like, you know, I was pretending that didn't exist while I was watching this movie before, while you guys are still trying to talk about that, because I don't think that's what that relationship was.
mm-mm.
I think that was just them being platonic friends.
Well,
If
what
anything,
really got me,
they're
what really
fishing for
got
something
me is
else.
that these people went as far to the point to, you know, label the droid L337. I'm like, so now we're using gamer abbreviations. I'm like, she ain't lead. She is not lead at all. But okay, whatever.
Is that
So
what that means?
yes, yes. Uh,
Can you
it's just
explain it for the people in the back?
okay when you're lead, when you're or L337, because obviously L337 looks like leet, LEET. It's gosh, it comes back from like the WoW days when you literally went dungeoning. And now,
Mm,
regardless of whether you're a tank or whether you're DPS or whether or whether you're a healer or whatever, you always have the one dude who is all. It happens with every freaking online game. There's always one dude that worms his way into your guild. He always ends up getting all the freaking gear because no one else fucking uses it, or rather he gets everyone into giving him all the gear, and now he's all geared out, goes to another guild, he shows up looking all elite, and then you have him run a dungeon, and the dungeon literally falls within the first 2 minutes because he doesn't know how to actually run a dungeon. And for those who don't really follow MMOs, I mean, a dungeon is more or less it's more or less a closed environment where you're taking out a boss, and it's usually a high level, high, you know, high health, like high DPS boss, and it's like one whack, and you know, and it's all gone. So yeah, you always have the one dude who shows up all freaking dressed to the cheese. Oh yeah, man, I'm the best tank ever. You want me in your guild? Look at this. I got all purples. And it's like, all right, man, you look legit. Okay, I'll let you run the dungeon this week. And it's like you're literally spending 3 hours trying to kill the first boss because the idiot doesn't know how to freaking like tell healers, hey, you need to heal on this off tick, or when he does this particular type of move, you need to go ahead and you need to, you know. I hate getting into MMOs because it in and of itself is a whole freaking like hour talk. But suffice it to say, if
dude,
you're running a dungeon,
I
you're the leader, which means you need to know that dungeon in and
I've
out.
been trying my taste in MMOs, and still I still don't get it.
Um, Honestly, the only really decent MMO back in the day was WoW, and for whatever reason, it's still trailing along. It's like the roach that won't die. I mean, its
Right.
best expansion was Wrath of the Lich King, and I think it had about anywhere between 12,000 to 15,000 subscribers. And I want to say that was just in the US alone. Either
Hmm.
way, either way, long story short, all MMOs that literally came after just did not do well. So WoW or World of Warcraft literally became its own worst enemy because there was no competing.
Not
uh
even Terra.
no. who who wants all that anime crap? So so
Not even Warframe.
no, not even that. um like it
But ninjas do everything in
once
Warframe.
yeah, thank you, and that's why. So once we got to WoW Wrath of the Panda, because suddenly they decided they were going to roll out
Wrath of the Panda.
yeah, once they decided they were going to roll out Pandarans, which are basically just freaking panda monks.
Furries.
Yeah, once they rolled out furries, I checked out. I was like, I can't. I'm like, we have panda monks now. I'm
But
like,
but but
is
but
this
but
what
they're
we evolved
cute.
to?
But the
Yes.
pandas are moe.
Okay, my thing about a panda is it's like they didn't like back when that came out, they hadn't really learned their lesson from Dark Knights, and Dark Knights were way overpowered. And at one point, you didn't even
Somebody
need to
beat you
really
up
have.
as Panda and Tekken, didn't they? Who hurt you? Not kidding.
I never played.
Continue.
I never played Tekken with a panda, which to talk about. So, uh, you know,
Oh, you're a Kuma main?
the thing that happened, and mind you, from Burning Crusade, I became a Blood Elf Paladin. But even the Blood Elf Paladin had its problems. I mean, yeah, used to get these people like, oh, you could just bubble your way out of it, and what they were really saying is you had X amount of heals, and if you actually planted your heal right, there was usually a cooldown time that would just proc, and you would always be able to heal yourself. But once they brought in the Death Knight, it literally threw out the dynamic of what you needed to run a dungeon. Like it literally rendered almost all tanks or all DPS or all healers like just rendered them useless, because at that point you could just run it. You could just run a whole bunch of Death Knights into a dungeon and get all your gear. So what was happening was you were having these queue times just pile up because you couldn't get in, because you had all these dudes gearing up their, you know, gearing up all their new characters, and it's like you couldn't find a group to run with, because if you weren't a Dark Knight, they didn't want you. It's like, I'm still trying to build up my tank. Oh well, we can just get a Dark Knight. So so that's what happened with that game. And then when they did that with Mists of Pandaria, or as I call it, Wrath of the Panda, it did the same thing, and they never really learned how when you bring in a new player class, it has to have some balance with the existing job classes, because if not, you're basically making the game lopsided. So, I mean, I think the biggest game so far after World of Warcraft has been Eve, but Eve is more of a it's a very niche group, but I mean, it worldwide, I mean, you've got a ton of freaking Eve players. I mean, you've had one dude that spent $1 million just in Eve alone. But anyway, that's going back to Leet. It's this dude that literally comes in all geared out, talking crap, and at the very end of the day, they don't know what they're talking about. So,
like L337.
yeah, exactly. I was like, wow.
No, here's
I
my.
was like, so
I
they're
would say
calling
this.
bitch. I was like, so they're calling this bitch the freaking the key to everything, and I'm like, so we went from Captain Marvel to a female droid. Okay, I don't agree with it, but it's
My
Disney.
take was, why are we really speaking on droid rights at the precipice of the Empire's heyday right now? Because Solo takes place within the precipice of the Empire's heyday,
Because
and we're
it's
why could
another.
why couldn't it have been brought up in the sequel trilogy instead of the what counts as existing between, or at least before the original trilogy? Go ahead.
Well,
Sorry.
because I was going to say, because it's another oppressed class that you can watch on film play itself out. That's literally it. I mean, it has no actual. Um, it adds nothing to the plot other than it's another oppressed class that you can say, oh, this is playing itself out right now. Blah 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 blah. So, no, Geode is the key to everything. No, that's a Grignac or a Grignac. Yeah, like, and here's my thing: Disney is so
Hurting.
low. Yeah, is so low on any type of intellectual fortitude in terms of their writing and of whatever they're popping out now, that it's like now they're literally stealing from other franchises. And I mean, now it's just a flat rock. It's like you can't call it a Gorignac, because if you did, oh well, you know what that harks to? That's Galaxy Quest. So the moment I saw Geode, that's exactly what I thought of. I was like, that's a Gorignac without the arms, without the legs, without the head, and it doesn't have a mouth, and flies a vessel named the Vessel. But see, all these freaking geek culture influencers, that's all they're talking about right now. It's like, oh, this is how Disney did it wrong. It's like, okay, well, how about focusing on the EU and pushing that? Yeah, that's fine. You can point out, Kathleen Kennedy and everything she's doing to destroy the franchise, but realize that she's doing it to get all that money from Favreau. Favreau is more or less out. If they're already starting to cancel the Mandalorian novels, it looks like they're going to go ahead and move on from Mandalorian, because you know what? That's tied to Gina Carano. So again, they're about pleasing their investors and the big donor groups than they are the ground level fans, if you will. It has nothing to do with you or with me, or if we think they got something right or wrong. At the very end of the day, it's
Mm-hmm.
this is what we're selling you. If you don't like it, you don't have to buy it. And I really wish people would
Okay.
actually take that to heart. If you don't like it, don't buy it. Better yet, buy something else. So
So I think that will be our point to stop now. We're at the 40-hour mark. The 4-hour mark.
oh yeah, we are, because I can hear my voice is already tired, and I'm going through my second can of bubbly. So
Oh boy, brother, you, man. When you go, you go. Which I'm
I'm
again,
telling
I'm all
professors,
for.
professors used to hate me because, quote, I'm wordy. So it's like, well, it's not that I'm wordy.
You
It's
are a wordy bunch, aren't you? I bet you the
so,
ladies like you though. The female professor.
oh, everybody likes me. Like in terms of like my papers were always spot on. My problem
Yeah.
was my problem was with say with like criminal justice is with criminal justice, especially in my classes that I was taking, like I literally started setting the curve, and that pissed everybody off because suddenly there's a higher level of expectation of where
You pretty
you guys
much
aren't.
brought in competition.
Yeah, so I mean, in order for me to get I hate to say it, in order to get a more of a decent grade, I had to start dumbing down my papers. But the problem is, like I've said before, it's like if you set an impression, the professors will hold you to it, and they'll notice. They'll notice when you start dumbing down your papers. So, but yeah, I'm a very impressionable person. People just seem to like me right off the bat. So I'm writing while listening.
So I'll go through.
Let's see.
So I'll go through what's happening later on today and what's happening in the weekend. So later on is Professor Geek's book study of Star Wars Red Harvest along with Big Al. Uh, this is him actually diving into some horror, even though horror is not his forte, which I originally called him a whip for, but I since bite my tongue on that since Sound Engraver has done her lady duties by defending her bow, which is good on her.
Mhm.
So he's no longer Professor Wimp when it comes to when it comes to horrors. He's now Professor Knight
Oh,
when he because she calls him a knight. So
yeah. No, I've seen it. I've seen it. I'm like, wow. I'm like the what is it? The cake batter's thick in this room. So
anyways, so that's happening tonight. I don't know what else is happening elsewhere, but check into Troy's stream tomorrow, which is called what is it called again, Trooper?
it is Friday night. Last call. Open lines for open minds.
Which I'm pretty sure we will be definitely joining that stream tomorrow. Before that happens, tune into Green Lion Girl's stream of. Excuse me. Tune into Green Lion Girl's streaming of classic Final Fantasy VII. Saturday will be Big Al's films with friends. He'll be rewatching The Quiet Man with the Pacellis, Ma Pacelli and Papa Pacelli. Sunday, I don't have nothing ready on Sunday until further notice on that front. We'll see. But we have Geeky Geezers with Troy Pacelli and Age Boomer. And later on, I don't know what we're doing, but me and Match might do a rewatch. Maybe so, maybe not. Monday will definitely be Sound Engraver's Monday Night Muse. Speaking of Sound Engraver, oh hey there's Sound Engraver by the way. Tune into her channel for stream topics of art related and music related things. Definitely. Tuesday will be, as I announced earlier, we'll be talking about our favorite female character designs, both heroes and villainesses, heroines and villains. I mean, Wednesday will be I think Fan Man might do something, but he's probably still on vacay, and let him be on vacay because he's been a busy man and he deserves a vacay. But later on that night will be Green Line Girl streaming of Final Fantasy VII Remake, which keep track of that, guys. She does some amazing stuff. And who could resist that Southern Belle accent she has? Anyways, Thursday, me and Samuel Oki will be talking about Lovecraft, H.P. Lovecraft, and sorry, Robert E. Howard, right? Robert E. Howard. We'll be talking about that definitely. Me and Samuel Oki. Anything else is fair game, by the way. So I don't know what else. I'm not a clairvoyant, so I don't know what's going on in the future after that. But other than that, thank you again, everybody, for tuning in for WCR. This has been Trooper FN 2425, and earlier we had Leia Plus Size or Leia Val. I'd like to thank her as well as the Schooner Tune for joining us in this topic today. Thank you so much. Sign us out, Trooper FN 2525.
Hey guys, it was super awesome. If you like the stream, like, share, and subscribe. Again, support the creators that you love and appreciate. So it was great to see you. We'll catch you next time.
That'll be all for everybody. Thank you for joining us. You guys have a good night.